And, okay, now that we're fully buffed and ready to actually get started for real, we'll also kick off the VOD. So, yeah, anybody watching the VOD, the little hint that I just gave out for what we're gonna do on uh, on open beta. Yeah, the hint was something to do with Final Fantasy V in the summer. Ooh. Where did? Okay. Oh yeah, the grav flux is yeah, definitely a thing in first person. You know, I get some comments on the YouTube videos complaining about playing in first person, but you know, do those people make that same comment on like Skyrim or Fallout videos? Because you know, just statistically speaking, you know, like 85% of the people in the world who have access to electricity at least 300 days out of the year own at least 3 copies of Skyrim. I said at least 3. You know, most people, you know, pay proper homage to our Lord and Savior Todd Howard by owning at least 7 or 8. You know, and obviously, if you want to be regarded as a good boy, on Todsmas, then you leave a copy of Skyrim out on on the living room on Todsmas Eve. I used to play free first person back in 99 to 03. Though, yeah, because like I don't think WoW even works in first person at all, does it? Like you basically have to play over the shoulder, right? You play super far back in WoW. I mean, kind of like 14. You know, in those games where the core mechanic is don't stand in the fire, and you have a great big shiny indicator on the floor of where the fire is going to be. yeah, you have to zoom your camera out to see where not to stand. So playing first person is basically impossible in those types of games. Grin, getting the meat grinder. Yep, I've got my NM250 grinding team going off camera this time. Because it's the same thing we saw yesterday. You know, it's the same team of Lancer Origin, Howhet, Horse, and Mikaboshi. Still working very smoothly, so... Protector pop? I can't tell. No. Since we ended up accidentally killing half the Azarax anyway, we might as well kill the Protector. At this point, and just get some value out of clearing the island. Excellent. FF5 in summertime? Yeah, there's a special thing that happens involving FF5 every year around this time of year. So that's the hint. You know, if for anybody who can, I mean, anybody who knows, you know, what I might be alluding to, that will give you a good hint as to what we're gonna do for open beta. And if you don't know, well, you'll find out in a couple of days. You know, maybe you'll just have to suffer the suspense in the interim. You know, I am definitely not just baiting you with anticipation to get you to tune in later and crank up my viewership metrics. Yeah, all going to be heads down playing beta. Very, very likely. Yeah, if the viewer count just falls off a cliff on the first, I will understand why. So, yeah, there will be no hard feelings. Answer Song, Zeta, and Mikaboshi also very strong. Oh yeah, because Song actually pretty dang good. Yeah, Zeta also very good. Though, I'll tell you, on my team, we, with Blazing Mistral, we get Horse up to full stacks on turn 4. So she completely ramps on turn 4. Also, Howhet does, causes party-wide self-damage. So that triggers Mikaboshi's doohickey of taking damage every turn, instead of having to wait for her own self-damage to come online on turn 5. So Mikaboshi also just starts working right off the bat. Slot an odious weapon. Yep, for self-damage. Yep, that'll... Or Howhet's own weapon. Her gotcha weapon also does that. Let's say you play Pal Claire at launch or doing a different combo to keep it interesting. Yeah, well, you'll find out. Or you know, if you need more of a hint, you know, I'm sure I'm sure Grok can probably you know, seek ultimate truth for you or whatever it is that Grok does, and possibly figure it out. I just realized I was in a Mage Hunter this whole time. Did I give up on Zerk? No, not at all. Not at all. Just for doing Plane of Sky, I want Enchanter for Mez and Slow. Mostly Mez. I also want Cleric heals. You know, the utility kit there, I think, is just more important than the pure damage of Zerk. We actually just finished our Berserker Haste Belt, as a matter of fact. We got the drops for that last night. So, when we go back to our main kit, we will be slightly better equipped than we were last time. So that's cool. We'll be able to ditch our Cloak of Flames finally. And put a, probably a Brewer's Mesh Cloak in its place. $20 daily Groks for Smut. Well, I mean, that's what Grok is for. Let's be real. Mikaboshi already triple digit EM levels. Yeah, mine's in like the 80s or 90s, I think. Without even trying. Alright, what do we get? A Lena and a Meta. Okay. Pretty sure we had enough of those to not have to think too hard about it. Some white Trent fists. Whitened Trent fists. Words are hard. That we don't need. And a key that we don't need. Let us invis before we proceed, because there might be an essence carrier. There is not. Okay. Do we want to do Gorg? No, I don't really care about the Gorg drop. Let's see. Keeper of Souls, which we didn't see Keeper of Souls up yesterday, which was weird. We cleared the whole Horse Island, and Keeper of Souls just never spawned. He's supposed to be a static spawn like Sister, but we just didn't see him. No, we completely cleared the whole island, and he was just nowhere to be found. Oh, there he is. Alright, maybe... Unless he was just hiding over on the corner here, and we just didn't notice him, maybe? That's entirely possible, if he's all the way over here. Oh, has this little, you know, don't talk to me or my wife's son ever again thing going on over here. All right. Oh. Come on. There it is. super hyped for Lace. Most excited for what they do with Kunark. Yeah, Kunark's going to be real good. I mean, for that matter, I'm looking forward to Nectropos and whatever other kind of new content comes out just in the interim. And for those who saw the stream today, they did talk about new Pinnacle content in the works, which, you know, just as a matter of linguistics, you know, I'd like to normalize referring to high tier or, you know, difficult content as Pinnacle bosses or Pinnacle content instead of raid content, because when you're hypothetically supposed to be able to solo, you know, at least some version of everything, it's not really a raid boss if you're meant to be able to solo it. But it is at the pinnacle of game difficulty, so it is Pinnacle content. But, you know, might just be, you know, semantic nonsense, but, you know, as an armchair linguist, words do mean things. Did Keeper of Souls just kind of give up on attacking me? Okay. There we go, okay. Did he get... There we go, okay. And yeah, Nectropos was a great zone in EQ2. I mean, even if we included EQ1 dungeons in the comparison, I would rank it in the, you know, upper echelons of, you know, dungeons in games that include EverQuest in the title. Essence Harvester. Actually, let me go ahead and detrimental enthrall. Let's go ahead and just dazzle this thing. I don't want to actually kill this Essence Harvester because we'll have to deal with all the splits and stuff that that pop out of it. So we're just going to mez it and hop to the next island. And it'll just forget it. I mean, we could also just memblur it to be safe, but, yeah. You know, we pop up to Aviac Island and it'll forget about us. Also, let's look at the loot we got. All right. Ooh. Oh, there's the avian key. We don't need that. Fine velvet... Oh, that's for the Ranger Clicky Cloak, I assume. That's a good drop right there. I assume that's what that's for. Ranger... Dark Cloak of the Sky. Fine velvet cloak. Oh, based? That and a Windrune Neza, of which we have many. All right, cool. All right, well, that's a Ranger Cloak done. Heck yeah. Light Woolen Mantle. We got 2 of those for Bard. What's that for? I mean, obviously it's a Bard thing, but what Bard? Light Woolen Mask we don't care about. Light Woolen Mantle is the... Oh. Clicky Fury. Light Woolen Mantle. Okay, and a Windrune Kala. Well, alright, Light Woolen Mantle. Okay, well, we have Windrune Kalas. Mantle of Woven Grass. Man, why can't every boss drop this many items? Seriously. Was this the the Mantle of Woven Grass for Druid. Mantle of Woven Grass is a Nature Walker's Mantle that's... And also just a Windrune Kala. Well, we can turn it in just for the sake of, I guess, turning it in. Small shield, we did that quest before. And more white Trent fists, we don't need those. Alright, well, that was a very successful keeper kill right there. Alright. Alright, Aviac Darter, get back here, please. And side game should also add a new character awakening type special. Skill cap and debuff success. That would be really nice, actually. Because right now, basically, defense and multi-attack are the only awakening types that exist. Alright, this Banisher here. Banisher gets mezzed. We're only gonna do like one Spirok Lord. Hope for an ivory Sky Diamond, and but expect nothing but a Spirok healing totem. But yeah, Ranger Clicky Haste is very nice. Played around with any damage meters? I have not. Did we get another ad? No. Okay, we're fine. I would do that, like, if/when we finish the Cleric Hammer, I'll grab a parser just to screw around with it. Otherwise, I haven't really had to do anything scientific enough to justify it. And Faltorvo, good evening. Also, off topic, but the Cherry Float Coke Zero, spiked with some rye whiskey, is just fantastic. If DPS contribute to your build, like Berserker versus Rogue. Yeah, it would actually, you know, at somewhere along the way, it would actually be interesting to just do the actually start doing real mathematical comparisons and see how much any given setup actually does. Someone level core or 3 to 9, and then sub in alts to level 9 now, because up to 10, every class just levels automatically at the same time. Where are his eyes? They're like over on the sides of his head. You just can't see from this angle. Oh. Yeah. Sadly, no such luck. Because otherwise, people would absolutely do that. Which is probably why you can't do that. Because it would just be the best way to grind AAs at the beginning, you know, like early on. Though, I mean, if you wanted to do something similar, you know, you could just not grab a third class at 10. Just level your starting duo up to, say, 20. Then add a third class to go back to 10. If you want one extra stack of, you know, easy AAs there. Nothing stopping you from doing that. Any info VODs? Yes, we will do that. I know there's gonna be like one or two. There's gonna be at least one hot fix, I should say. At least one hot fix, probably coming over the weekend. So I want to, which is probably gonna fix up a couple more like lingering bugs in Sky. But if there's anything else coming before open beta, I want to try to get that accounted for. But otherwise, because I want to at least do an AA video. And, crew did 1, 2 so far. And crew that it was nice of them going point control for round 4. Also, fortunately, it's only Saturday in Japan, not Sunday, so numbers aren't completely terrible. Yeah, we are 2 wins and 1 loss so far. Day 2, we were just up against some absolute poop soccers that were just grinding all day from bell to bell. We had no chance. Us filthy gaijin had to sleep at night. Round 4 is where you usually pull an all-nighter, and where it's usually necessary. Though, you know, despite the Luminous Weapon uncap and ticket, interesting that Guild Wars numbers are actually a little down compared to the last one. Probably because the last one was, you know, the post-anniversary freebies Guild War, where everybody went completely ham. And so this time, they were still recovering from burnout. Because normally, Fire Guild War cutoffs are just absurd. Just because Fire does so much damage. But they're comparatively mild. You know, 100K is only around, what, 3 billion or something going into the last day? Only? Words dreamed up by, you know, an absolute, by absolute lunatics. I usually post your full stream VODs. I could just watch those. Yep, I gotta actually upload the last two still, if I even feel like it. I don't know, the last two, I don't know. Actually, I might upload last night's, I don't know. We'll upload tonight's VOD, at least. Otherwise, yeah, you know, all of, a bunch of the earlier stuff is available. 70K repels. You know, actually, my team has so much recovery. Gran just face tanks the repel damage and just gets healed back to full by all the automatic heals. Because Blazing Mistral is just that good. Yeah, 100K should be, what, about 5 billion, probably? Without looking at the actual prediction sheet there, it should be about 5 billion for 100K? 6.1, jeez. Okay. Yeah, you know, I mean, that seems plausible. Considering the previous stats. So do we want to do Bizzed on the Bee Island? Oh, hello there. Alright, Monk Belt, Auto Cell. Ceremonial Belt for Shaman. What is that used for? Bracelet of the Spirits. Oh, that's the Alacrity Belt. That's, and a Windrune Kala, which we have. Okay, we can actually, yeah, we'll take that. That's a useful clicky. Key of the Swarm we don't need, and Sparrock Wingblade we get every time. Okay. I think we have a bunch of Windrune Kalas, so I think we can turn in several items. Alright. There are... There's an Essence Carrier just flying out in no man's land somewhere. Just kind of stuck between islands. Alright, there's the small bee. There's the large bee. Isn't there like a... Is there a third bee on the island? Is it just those two? I thought there were supposed to be 3 bees on the island. Do we wanna bother with the bees? Not the bees! Do we want to try for a Bixie Sword? Yeah, not really. No, I don't really care. I don't... No, wait. We need the bees for the cleric necklace, don't we? Yeah. Alright. Okay, yeah, there's the third bee. Alright, the one we need is the... We just need the large bee. We don't have... Oh. I got reinvis and... Alright, there's that bee and... the large bee. Alright, the large bee is the one that we actually need to kill. Alright, we'll pull this one down. We should have gotten it by itself. Yes, we did. Excellent. Alright. Nice. That solves like 90% of the problems of this island. So, probably keypad delete. Yep. No, actually, all it does is just delete the horse out of existence. But no, it is actually the delete key that summons my horse. Or unsummons it. Yep, if anybody was curious, yeah, my I move with up, down, left, right, the arrow keys. I look up and down with page up and page down. I recenter with end. I auto run with numlock. Yes, absolute boomer. I can't stand WASD movement. Yeah, I don't play FPSs because I'm bad at them. You use a PlayStation controller for this game. How the hell do you play EverQuest with a controller? Like, there's so many buttons. Fossil fuels call you sir. Hey, I've been alive almost as long as Chuck Schumer, or not Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell. I've been alive almost as long as Mitch McConnell has been in Congress. I believe his first term started January of '85, the year I was born. Kellen Marr, good evening. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. You were alive when Kennedy was president. Yeah, actual, unironic boomer. You were alive when A Christmas Story was made. The movie or the book? Because I was alive when the best version of A Christmas Story was made, which is, of course, Scrooged. Muppet Christmas Carol is pretty good. But it doesn't have Bill Murray in it. You played Wizardry with the green walls in a computer cafe back when it was just Wizardry. All right. Kakarot, I kneel. I mean, my first experience with EverQuest was playing the offline tutorial at a net cafe at the mall. You know, which is like, you know, peak millennial experience, I think. Oh, Christmas Story. I said Christmas Carol. Yeah, Christmas Story. Yeah, the movie. Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, you know, sorry, I was thinking of you know, the Charles Dickens, you know, story, uh, with the classic black and white film version. But yeah, but yeah, the best version of A Christmas Carol is absolutely Scrooged. Played Pong not long after it was released. Buddy got the whole setup for Hanukkah. Very nice. And for the European market release of Pokemon Red Blue on Game Boy. Well, I mean, I've got my actual Game Boy collection right here on my desk with my original blue cartridge. And my original gold cartridge. People still play Game Boy? Yeah, absolutely. And, oh, hey, we got... And there's the Bixie Essence that I think we needed. Alright. Cool. I think we needed that? Is that... Isn't that what we... Is that one of the things we came here for? Or did we already have that? I don't remember. That's the thing we already had several of. Oh no, we had 2 of those already. Okay, we don't need more of those. Rungles, hello, welcome to the program. Would Paladin, Monk, Berserker work? Monk is, you know, if it were me, I would probably go either Berserker or Monk, not necessarily both, just to have more spellcasting. But Monk is Monk synergizes really well with Paladin. So does Berserker. So I think it would work, but would just because of the weaker, because you only have one hybrid class worth of mana, you're gonna be a bad spellcaster. So you're gonna be, you know, dependent on things like mend to back up your healing. You'll hit like an absolute freight train, though. So you'll have that going for you. Oh, I can hit the mend LOH smite combo. Also, yeah, the I mean, yeah, mend is great. Yeah, you will obliterate your endurance doing monk strikes at berserker speed. You'll again, yeah, you'll hit like a freight train, and monk gives you really good defensive skills, gives you access to dual wield, which dual wielding at berserker speed is amazing. So yeah, you'll have a lot going for you. You're gonna have, I think you'll have problems with sustain though, because you're just gonna you just won't have the though, you know, I don't know. The idea of just kill everything faster than it can kill you is a valid strategy. You might need more gear, or you will probably need more gear and AAs to do difficult content than what you could scrape through if you had a like a healer or a slower in the kit. But for being somewhat unorthodox, I think you could definitely do worse. Ooh, what do we get? Key of scale, we don't need that. Symbol of Mara, unfortunately, does nothing. And the white gold earring for rangers. All right, which one is that? What does that make? Does that just make us the crappy earring? The Thunderforged earring? White gold earring. I mean, okay, well, we'll take it for quest completion, even if the item I think is pretty bad. I mean, actually, I should say it is actually a good earring, because there are so few earrings in the game. So I wouldn't want to like level. Also, that was reasonably efficient to do, so you know that's something. I'm gonna say I wouldn't want to necessarily play ranger unless we had the bow, because I would like to actually give archery a try. But yeah, we definitely need the bow to make that happen. Hopefully, will be a gnome named Biter. You can see let's oh yeah, absolutely, my pleasure, Rungles. And I think yeah, because like I was talking to Ilea quite a bit today about spell upgrades, but it was on the closed Discord, so I can't tell you what we were actually talking about, other than, you know, good stuff coming out of the spell upgrade system. See how D3 4 you know, actually a fella killed difficulty 4 Kazakh without a mana bar. His let me pop down here. D4. Let's see here. He did it at, in fact, yeah, he did it as a warrior monk berserker. Now, he did some absolute shenanigans. Let's see here. Took a lot of attempts to make it happen. Used a lot of Lanuga mallet charges. Had to basically stand up in front of Kazakh, click disarm, and then feign death over and over until he was able to just disarm Kazakh before the fight started. Because Kazakh was wielding a blood fire, and that would just destroy him. On the winning attempt, he got 3 critical mends. A crit mend heals you for 50% of your health, by the way. He was also hot swapping between Blood Runes and Blade Stopper in the any slot for AC and hit point tick min-maxing. Clickies were just Blade Stopper and Mallets. Basically, scraping by on like sub 1000 HP a lot. Barely sustaining using Crippling Blows and Blood Runes. Total instance time was 1 hour and 56 minutes. Yeah, basically stayed in Berserker Frenzy mode to get bigger crits and therefore bigger runes. His best pulling tool was Spirit of Cheetah from the Warrior's Sky Shoulders, and running super fast after a bow shot until all but one mob would leash at a time, so he could fight one mob at a time. And yeah, had to cheese Kazakh until he stopped casting. And basically just, you know, ripped out any kind of dumb gimmick you can possibly think of. So, you know, very cheesy, but he did it. And, I mean, in this case, the reason he was not using a Puppet Strings meat shield was for the sake of, you know, just doing a stupid challenge run. You know, because if, you know, if you just trivialize it with consumables, then it's less interesting. Like, yeah, you get a charm pet that does 400 DPS or something, and just melts the boss. Well, you know, GG. That kind of defeats the purpose of doing a stupid challenge run. Alright, does Sister have any friends today? No, she does not. Alright, very good. Yeah. yeah, Finnegal and Yale are pretty much like beginner tier pinnacle bosses. Why does she keep getting... Oh, or just like the buffs keep like healing her to full for some reason. Alright, whatever. Something nearby just really wants to put cleric buffs on her, and those just, for some reason, giga heal her. Whatever. Yeah. Yale is a complete cakewalk, especially if you have Mage Hunter stance. Because once he runs out of mana, he is just nothing. He is a complete non-entity at that point. And then, yeah, so you do Finnegal and Yale. Yeah, you do dragons and you head to plains. Yep, that's... With, you know, fear and hate being the lower tier, you know, sky being the highest tier of the plains. With, I would say fear and hate are pretty much even. The mechanics they employ and the things you have to deal with are a little different, but overall I'd say they're pretty similar in difficulty. Oh, we got another stupid necro ring. Of course. Why would anything nice ever happen? Yeah, fear is all about big aggro and lots of ads and needing crowd control. So as long as you have functional mez, fear is not bad. And the enemies are generally comparatively weak. Alright, the Eye of Vishen today. Alright, he's just a single class warrior. So nothing nothing we really need to worry about. Alright, let's see how many resists it takes. First try. Get that haste item yet? Well, we got the Berserker belt done. We're still missing an item from the Spirok Lord to get the Paladin belt, but the two items are basically interchangeable, so it doesn't matter. What we're really hoping for are mithril bands off of this guy. That is what we are really here for. Yeah, no more Cloak of Flames, at least while we're on our core setup. You know, we would need to be a Berserker, which right now we are not. So we can't use this Sash of Ferocity right now. But, yeah, on the main trio, it'll be very nice. How are proc rates on weapons calculated? No. So it, Moon Elf, yeah, it's a, just like on live, it's a function of dexterity, with breakpoints pretty much like every 50 or 100 points of dex. And if an item has a positive or negative proc rate, it will actually say so on the item. So like if we go down to our, like, Dawnfire, we can see rate plus 54% on Banish Undead. So any mods built into the item are entirely visible to the player now, which is cool. Oh, no, this is just difficulty 1. We're actually just here for items, not for meme challenge runs. If we get the cleric drop, I will be happy. I might actually express joy. Yeah. Nebulous Diamond for Bard. Alright, well, what's that one used for on a Bard? Nebulous Diamond is for the Harmonic Spear. Okay. Oh, which casts Chant of Battle. Okay. Well, that's a thing. Takes a Windrune Hedda, which we don't have, and an Ifriti War Spear, which we have one of, but... I mean, okay. We don't have any inventory space. What's the glowing diamond used for? Oh yeah, that was the Denon's horn. I mean, I guess we'll grab it. We will quit the instance. Leave instance. Are you sure you want to quit this personal instance? Yes. And we'll just make another one. We played live in 99 and on P99 in 2010. With Blazing Mistral, you also refresh on full normal attack runs. Yeah, because then like 15 auto activations happen after the turn goes off. It's just procs activating procs activating procs. Yep. It's beautiful. So yeah, things are very different than they were in 99, or even compared to Project 99. I should probably dump some stuff in the bank, actually. Just to free up some inventory space. I think I have bank space to spend. Up here. Oh, we have a whole, like, top-level bank slot right there. Great. Ifriti Windstaff. Ifriti Standard. We will hang on to one Ifriti Standard because we will hopefully be turning it in sooner rather than later. Tear of Quellius. Max Knuckles. Jester's Mask we will be hanging on to. Shadow Rage Helmet. Dark Metal Holy Water Sprinkler. I don't know why we necessarily have two of those, but I mean, sure, why not? Glowing Diamond. Mistress Russet. have a large sky sapphire as well. Okay. So the Afridi Great Staff we will hopefully be turning in sooner rather than later. Serpent's Tooth. We'll hang on to that. But Afridi Warbow, we want to. Afridi Great Staff, we will hopefully turn that in. Fine. Oh, actually, fine velvet cloak. A couple of these items we actually have turn-in sets for. Fine velvet. Versus, how many collars do we have? We have 2 Windrune collars. One gets us Mantle of the Songweaver. Griffinhide Arm Guards. One is the Beast Lord Arms. One is the Thurgis, which we already got. Okay, that's fine. Just to the Bear, the Nature Walker's Mantle. Oh, which was Mantle of Woven Grass. Okay. Windrune Kala. Alright, Mantle of Woven Grass. And Earth. Oh, that's also used for the Earthshaker. Sparrock Earth Totem. Okay. Is for Kildorn also. And Bracelet of the Spirits for Shaman is the Ceremonial Belt. Okay. Ceremonial Belt. Okay. The Light Woven Mantle. Also is Mantle of... Oh, we only have 2 Kalas. The Light Woven Mantle, we'll turn those 2 in. Oh, and then the Dark Cloak uses a Windrune Neza, which we have 6 of. Oh, and the Bixie Essence. What was that for? Oh, because we need the Spiritualist Ring also for that. Okay. Oh, Anna. Okay. Alrighty. Who is... Let's see. Shaman tests are Uga. Or, Strander... Medicine Man Vetra. Here we go. This guy. Give him the ceremonial belt and Winrin Kala. Okay. Gets us the Bracelet of the Spirits. Nice. Instant cast Alacrity on a 2-minute cooldown. Yeah, you know what? Free, easy, on-demand haste. That's level 21 Chanter haste. On the fly. Not bad. We take those. Mm-hmm. Also, just pretty decent stat-wise. And it goes on your wrist also, in addition to your waist. Which is weird. Yeah, actually pretty okay wrist item. Okay. And then we have we got the ranger, who is, and what, the bard. Is that is it this guy? No, that's the druid. Where's the Ranger Spirit. Yeah, that might be a dead giveaway there. Ranger Spirit. There we go. We got the Dark Cloak of the Sky. Hell yeah. Very nice. Yep. And it's only 24-second duration. But, but it is instant click. You just gotta do it all the time. But, there you go. It's the Ranger. And what else do we have on hand? We have the Bard. Phallic, Ebonblade, Dassin, Wizard, Magus, Enchanter, Holwen. Is it Holwen? No, it's not Holwen, is it? On the path of... No, that's the monk. Where's the... Venomist. Violent Hand. Oh, wait, is it Phallic? No, he's the rogue. Ebonblade, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, that's the SK. Magus, Enchanter. Who's the spell? Oh, Spell Singer. There he is. I smart. Okay. And Mantle of the Songweaver. Which, yeah, very, very solid shoulder item. And, yeah, Fury. Very nice. It's only a 3-minute buff. So you got to instant cast it on a 2-minute cooldown, but, yeah, very solid. Very, very solid click. Oh, okay. And all right, getting fell behind on chat there. Time for a garage sale. Yep. Inventory management. Yep. And Dick Sword. I think I saw a Batfang headband. Con drop from. All right, hey, Yo Jimbro. I see what you did there. So I did play the beta. I thought both paladins and SKs are cool. Recommend a primary class I could choose that would let me swap between playing both knights easily. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would say, so, the synergies between the two classes are a little different, but all 3 tanks mechanically are really solid. I think, it's more a case of, like, what kind of aesthetics do you want to go for? Shaman or Enchanter will serve you really well. Just having slows and buffs and debuffs and stuff is always a safe bet. Cleric, likewise, for heals. Or Berserker also synergizes really well with both and just, cranks your melee power into the stratosphere. So I would say, yeah. Yeah, cleric, shaman, enchanter, berserker, any of those four, you will be thoroughly happy. And chances are you're gonna want one of those four in your starting trio if you want to play something reasonably orthodox, or monk. Actually, add monk to that list, to play a reasonably orthodox starting setup that will just soar through the majority of content in the game. And 27 minutes until we get another one. Non-respawning type solo create. Yes. Can you spellblade that clicky? No, you can't spellblade clickies. Because you can only spellblade your top spell gem. So if you can't actually mem the spell, you can't spellblade it. And yeah, Bard also solid choice. Although, after playing Bard a little bit, I want to say Bard kind of feels like a little bit of a late bloomer, because you need a bunch of AAs to make Bard actually like awaken to its power, because you need like symphonic aura to kind of get going. So like once you have, like 15 or like 15 AAs to spend, which admittedly you'll have that by like level 15. By that point, Bard will start to feel pretty good, and by then you'll actually have 5 songs worth setting up as auras. So it kind of works out that way. But yeah, Bard definitely does want you to invest a lot of AAs into it. I think Bard probably has more class AAs than any other class in the game, by like a large margin. Are you dealing with Soul Devour from the eye? Just tanking it. Yep, just tanking it. We slow him and tank it. That's in just pure grug mode. That's part of why I have Enchanter in my kit, by the way, specifically so we can slow the EOV. Also, defensive stance doesn't do really much against the EOV, because defense only mitigates 20% of magic damage. So you're cutting like 100 damage off of a 500 damage hit, and the melee mitigation just doesn't matter, because his max melee hits like 120. If you have access to Mage Hunter, use Mage Hunter, or better yet, just slow him and outrace him. Or if you have Evasive, use Evasive. Evasive just shuts him down. He just can't do anything to you, and because you're only because you're only avoiding a small bit of melee damage, the actual endurance cost is negligible. Yeah, evasive stance completely trivializes the eye evasion on any difficulty. And did pre-order. Yep, excited to play beta. A couple of Barb Shaman, good choice. Yeah, the Barb Paladin with the fiery sword, based. We're gonna be spending big money AAs for anti-stun. Yup. I got my stun resist AAs like actually pretty recently. I completed 99% of the game with no stun resist AAs. So I don't know why people are so fixated on that. Why like everybody wants to play an ogre right out of the gate for stun immunity. It was just not a problem. Any rumbles on trade skills? Not that I've paid attention to. If people start talking about trade skills, I just tune it out. that is to as a wise man once said, not my bag, baby. So we do know, though, the big thing, it's not implemented yet, but like one of the big things that will be a thing is there will be an internal like tracker that tracks how many total trade skill recipes in the game you have done at least once, and that counter uh, will add up, and as you hit thresholds, stuff you make will have bigger plus marks built into it by default. So, do all the recipes in the game, and you'll just be making, like, +7 or +8 or whatever items using just normal recipes. So, that will be a thing. Other than that, people are working on trade skill stuff, so trade skills will be relevant. And thing, yeah, classic. Total gimp compared to, like, yep. Yeah, like in terms of like gear, um, there's not going to be much demand for banded armor. Um, but jewel craft might have a thing. Uh, just because they're or arrow making. I mean, if you want to do archery, it is well worth your time to go make a +10 mithril champion arrow. Yeah, batwing crunchies are always a thing as well. Who doesn't love a nice big bowl of batwing crunchies? Yep, and yeah, you need Jewelcraft in order to make improved damage 3, because it's part of the White Dragon Scale Cloak quest. You gotta make the, like, diamond wedding ring and the whatever else. Or at least you need to buy them from someone else and turn them in. So there's that. And that is the only source of improved damage 3 in the game that I'm aware of. Let's say, yeah, baked dragon meat, yep. If, yeah. Stat food will, if it's not a thing now, it'll become a thing someday. Plus, there's always the potential for stuff like, Coldane Ring quests or other trade skill dependent quests to be a thing in the future. Also, potion making is very much a thing. Clarity and DS potions are always useful. Clarity and DS potions, especially in this era of the game, can actually carry pretty hard. Yeah, +2 to stat. Yeah, not worth it. On the other hand, being able to make, +8 Misty Thicket picnics, down the road, that's something worth working towards. Man, I'm having the hardest time trying to just cast a slow on this guy. Just, like, casting it at all, because he keeps getting interrupted. There we go. Yeah, we got it. Just had to complain a little. See lots of Azaracs hitting me. Do not like that. And what do we get? Oh, a Denna. Excellent. We needed one of those. Oh, yes. That's the one we needed for our, in an Isa. Okay. Not one we needed right now, but okay. Alright, we can actually just... The rest of those will drop nothing. We're just going to leave them. And click up to the next island. Oh, crap. There was an essence carrier here. We're gonna die. We're giga stunned. We're dead. Yep. Nope. We're dead. Yep. Yep. An essence carrier glitched over to this island and aggroed half the island on us. Real paladins wear the symbol of Mar. If it had better stats. Oh yeah, alacrity potions and other stuff. I don't... Greater null potion, I could not tell you. Sounds like cancel magic. I mean, that's just a glitch right now that actually... The hotfix for it is already on the internal QA server. So it'll be fixed in the next hotfix. Yeah. So I should have invised before I clicked over to the island. I knew that was a problem that could happen. It happened last night, and, you know, I chose not to cast the spell, so, fie on me. So, yeah, that will be fixed in the next hotfix. So, nothing to really worry about in that regard. We would have been fine if we hadn't gotten giga-stunned by that Gorgon stun. We would have been fine. We would have walked over, clicked up to the next island, and everything would have been fine. So, you know, we resist that stun 90% of the time. Except the 10% of the time when it actually matters. So... Yeah, now Plane of Sky is much more playable now than it used to be. And yes, Windrune Denna. Alright, now we can grab... Actually, I mean, we can go get it right now, as a matter of fact. We can go get a Cudgel of the Fool right now if we want to. So, that's cool. It's not the weapon that we came here for. But it is a good... It is a really, really crazy good weapon. It's actually the highest ratio weapon in the game. Saw Ranger, Enchanter, Necro clear all of Plane of Sky today. I believe it. Actually, Ranger and Druid eat pretty good in here because they have because Harmony has a higher level cap than Pacify, so they can actually Pacify pull a bunch of stuff in here that Clerics and Enchanters cannot. So they got that going for them. Plus Necro gives Feign Death. Ranger has, rock solid damage. So yeah, I believe it. And Necro taps are very good. Yeah, Baton of the Sky is what we want. That is what we are chasing. Harmony cap is like 60, I want to say. 60 or 65. It can hit the bulk of the red cons in this zone. Because Pacify only goes up to 55. So anything that cons red, you can't Pacify, but you can Harmony. Other than a couple of the bosses here, which might be too high for Harmony. Invisibility. Yep. Yeah, Necro taps are quite good. And especially if you're also a Shadow Knight with like Soul Abrasion and whatnot, yeah. Shadow Knight / Necro is a very strong combo. Kind of like Paladin Cleric. The hybrid and its parent. Because the hybrid gets a bunch of bonus goodies to help offset the fact that it's not as good as the parent class. So when you then add the parent class in to cast the actual big boy spells, but you apply the bonuses to them, then you get a very nice effect. I assume... I don't know for sure. I would assume that Harmony can be resisted the same way Pacify can. And Soul Abrasion might be proc only. But, the other goodies the Shadow Knight has, the point stands. You get a lot of, like, offensive recovery. And, okay, the horse's little buddy did not spawn this time. Looks like. The big horse is just by himself. Oh, his son is right there. Okay. Discordant Mind we'll get rid of in favor of Enthrall. Oh. Beast Necromage. Okay, yeah, because Beast has 40% slow now, which not quite as good as Shaman slow, but still very nice. Rogue pets do not use poison. But they backstab for lots of damage, so that's good enough. And once Charm Pets once Charm Pets are updated to use pet inventory, good lord. I am terrified at what an Abhorrent in Plane of Hate will do once they're able to equip Ifriti War Spears. SK Rogue Shaman. Okay, yeah, should be very good. You know, you put a real weapon in your main hand, put a backstab weapon in your any slot, you know, like in your 3D War Spear. And Shampal Monk, very strong, for sure. Or Shampal Zerk. I would say Zerk is the more offensive version, and Monk is the more defensive version. So, different tool for different job depending on what you want to use, or depending on what you need for a given situation. You know, Mend and FD are great. Berserker Stance is also great. Again, you know, more offense versus more defense. And Crucis, can I elaborate on the Cleric Paladin synergy? Yeah, the big difference, or the big thing there, is, yeah, getting the big boy Cleric heals and Cleric spells. Like, Cleric actually gets a bunch of spells that feel like they should be Paladin spells. Like Ward of the Divine, which is a defensive proc. You know, it procs for 207 damage when you get hit. You know, oh, did we get 2 Jester's Masks? Damn. Okay. Man, Keeper of Souls is dropping tons of items. Avian Key, we don't need. Light Wool and Mantle, we just did that. Mantle of One Grand. Man, why can't the other bosses drop that many items per kill? Holy moly. Yeah, like if Sister dropped 6 items per kill, that'd be amazing. Or if Spirok Lord dropped that many items per kill, that would be amazing. Jester's Mask is to make extra Cudgels of the Fool, by the way. Which we will do. Because we have 2 Ifriti Great Staves, so we can make 2 Cudgels of the Fool, maybe? No, wait. We need an extra Windrune Dana to do that. But, you know, we will have extras waiting in the wings. Or Blessing of the Lord Commander is, you know, you heal for 6 whenever you hit anything. And that's per hit. So, and now that one is targetable. But, you know, that's a buff you put on melee classes. Not a buff that a cleric would, you know, normally cast on themselves. And Yojimbo, thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. So, now, ultimately, you could, you know, put Cleric on, like, any of the 3 tanks, and it would feel very good. But Paladin is also a Wisdom caster, so it'll feed your mana pool, and will, you know, scale off of your Wisdom specifically. So, lots of mana. Will feel very good. Group empty. Nah, you only actually... so your resource pools are based on the 2 highest classes for a given stat. So, having 3 tanks will not give you more HP than having 2 tanks. Same deal, you know, having 3 full casters will not give you more mana than just having 2 full casters. So, you know, Warrior plus either Paladin or Shadow Knight will give you the highest possible HP total on a character. You know what server we're going to start on? Freeport. Yep. Freeport, born and raised. Tim, am I crazy in remembering that Yelp 3 had mana regen? Maybe in ye olden days. I think it might have started at Yelp 4 or Yelp 5 or something. Somewhere along the way, Yelp gained mana regen. Not much, but like more than 0. Um, that I don't know. I don't know what tier of Yelp that kicked in at though. And didn't Zerk get some kind of blood rune? Yes, it did. So what blood rune does? It's an AA, and it's a cheap, very inexpensive AA, by the way. I think like 6 or 8 points to max it out at rank 3. And I mean total for all 3 ranks. Costs like 223 or 233 or something like that, or 234. It's cheap, especially for a class AA. And yeah, you do, every time you score a melee crit, you get a rune based on the damage. It's a percentage of the damage up to a limit of a percentage of your HP. I want to say like 10% of the damage up to a max of 15% of your max HP, I want to say. And it's great. It is just free, passive, always-on mitigation. So, can't beat that. And Enchanters have their DS, just the level 25 feedback. Which is better than nothing. Oh, and which stacks with Fire Elemental Illusion. So I have 21 total DS as an Enchanter. I take on Monk, Berserker, Shaman. The way they're currently in beta. I mean, Berserker and Shaman together is just absolute Fist of the North Star mode. Just going, Omae wa mou shinderu. And so yeah, just very, very good melee power. Mend is really good, as I've said. Berserker Stance is really good. Monk has great defensive skill caps. And having Shaman slow probably more or less makes up for not having a quote-unquote real tank. Though, you know, you've got slightly higher AC armor because you've got Chainmail from the Zerk on top of, you know, Monk avoidance, and plus it'll be easier to make weight limits using chain instead of plate. So I think you know, doing pinnacle bosses, you might need more gear in AA than you would with a finger quotes real tank, but I think you'd be very pleased with that combo. Might struggle a little bit early on from just not having the pure number advantage of a real tank, but yeah, I think you would hit, especially prior to getting like Tagar's insects. It might feel bad. Because even, like, when I was leveling Shaman didn't really feel like much of a class until Tagar's Insects came online at level 25. Then it started to feel pretty good, and once Togor's Insects came online at 38, then Shaman suddenly felt like a real class. Suddenly, it was like, okay, this is why I am leveling Shaman. And then, you know, you get Blessing of the Puma, or Spirit of the Puma, whatever it's called, at level 50, and your damage just suddenly spikes upward, because that's such a good spell. Cleric Reverse DS is Ward of the Divine, and shouldn't really, and really should not call it a Reverse DS, because the actual Reverse DS is Mark of Karn, which is a Kunark spell. Ward of the Divine is a defensive proc spell, which is right here. Places the Ward of Retribution around your body. This ward will periodically strike out at any creature that attacks you, so it procs when you get attacked. It lasts, you know, 20 minutes, or 32 minutes with AAs. Or 120 procs. And it hits for 207 damage. And it does stack with normal weapon attack proc buffs like Divine Might. So, yeah, 207 damage. Good proc rate on this. Very, very good spell. Clerics get it at 50. Great, great capstone spell for clerics. But it is a self-only buff for clerics that requires you to get hit. Like, it's a great spell, but why is it a cleric spell? You know, it's the kind of thing that really should have been a paladin spell. Because normally, if the cleric is getting hit, something has gone wrong, and the last thing you want the cleric to be doing is dealing damage and gaining more aggro. You know, if a cleric had a defensive proc buff, it should be like a concussion effect that removes aggro from the cleric. That would make more sense. Meanwhile, you know, Paladin's big, extremely overpowered capstone spell is Flame of Light, a nuke that is on an 18-second recast. I think it's 18 seconds. It might actually be 30 seconds, but long recast that does a whopping 125 damage. Berserker get mail. They get chain armor, if that's what you mean. Also, yeah, Delisi Gaiman, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. And thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. And, Sakagami Mai, I will be on Freeport. Wait, you get monk weight bonus. There is no AC penalty for being overweight on a monk, but there is a bonus for meeting the weight requirement. It is a bonus only, not a penalty. So the worst you'll get from it is 0. And gear goes down in weight when you add bonuses to it. So as you upgrade your gear, the weight limit becomes easier and easier to achieve. Also, it only checks your equipped weight, not your, like, bag space weight. So it's a lot more forgiving than the old days. Yep, you know, Freeport was a no-brainer for me. It has always been my hometown. Freeport does actually remind me a lot of the town I grew up in. The bustling metropolis of York, Pennsylvania. Which, if anybody is a fan of the band Live, which they were a big post-grunge alternative band in the 90s. They just, you know, their album, or their 1994 magnum opus album, Throwing Copper, just completely dominated college and alternative radio stations when it came out. And what did we get? The golden coffer for mage. Okay, that's cool, I guess. What does that... golden coffer. What does that get used for? The white gold pendant. It's terrible, but it's an easy quest to do for just completion's sake, I guess. Okay, there's the big B. Not to be confused with Mordenkainen. Oh, hey, Exata. Oh, you're from Hershey. Okay. Very cool, Exata. Yep. Yeah, you've seen Live a few times. Yep. Did you, by any chance, did you see them when they came to the York Fair back in, like, 2000, I don't know, 4 or 5-ish? Okay. Actually, we will start with that bee and this bee. We're going to attempt to lull these things. All right, that's the big bee. All right, that's left bee done. Oh, pff. And it broke immediately. Oh, I didn't see him at the fair. Okay. No, that was a really good show. I was at that one. We aggroed. Crap. Which means we're gonna have 2 bees here. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's just AoE mez real quick. Get these guys under control. Okay. Get ourselves healed up. Alright, this one. Oh. Actually, let's go ahead and just AoE mez. Okay. Small bee. We dazzle. There we go. And also Tash. Alright. Big bee. We Tash. And slow. And we kill him. We're just not gonna even bother killing the small bee, because it doesn't drop anything. Had we pulled all 3 bees, we would have used defensive stance to get things under control, but 2 bees, it's fine. In overchannel, we will almost always succeed at mezzing. As long as the spell actually lands. As long as it doesn't get interrupted. Yeah, Channer OP. Yeah, 2B or not. Yeah, in this case, just 1B. Okay. What's the 5-second re? Actually, I'm gonna stop attacking for a sec. Go ahead and redazzle. Just waiting for this heal to go off, or letting the heal catch up. Alright, Bazazed. Is a pure warrior, but for some reason has mana. So we will be taking some of it. All bees get you 3 boss. Yeah, actually, the small bees just spawn extra small bees that lead to a dead end. And they don't drop anything. So, in ye olden days, you would kill extra bees to get extra quest drops, but you don't have to do that anymore because Siren the Lunatic is gone. Now you just kill the boss and it drops the key to the next island. So everybody gets a key, and you don't have to kill trash unless you want to. And memming spells mid-combat. Love it. Also, you You thought you could come off mez, didn't you? Yeah, we don't... that's not how we do things around here. From July 1st to 6th. Yeah, I will have to... during beta, I will be working 7 days a week, like I do all the time. So I'll just be playing normal hours during beta. I might allow myself to take a day off for actual server launch, just to on the 28th to poop sock for a day. Maybe. I don't usually allow myself to take days off work. Mainly because, no matter how nicely I ask, my mortgage will not pay itself. Yeah, open beta might be a little bit of a baptism by fire for the servers. Champagne and Tux for actual launch? Yeah. Well, not champagne. It'll be Pinot Noir, but because I'm just not really a fan of champagne specifically. But Tux, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and hey, it is not a costume. It is an actual proper Tux from a fine men's clothing store that has been in business since 1890. Actually gonna run out of endurance here. Going Canadian redneck bucket of KFC, Coors Light on ice, wife beater, in case it depends. Based. Now, is a Canadian redneck bucket of KFC different than an American bucket of KFC? Like, is a 12-piece bucket of chicken, like, equal to 14 pieces in metric? We're not 100% sure it's chicken. I mean, that's the same as America. It is absolutely mystery meat. I mean, we assume it's technically meat. But we have no way of proving that. If you deep fry something hard enough, yeah, no one will know what it's made out of. Like, some buddies went to this kind of sketchy Chinese restaurant somewhere. I forget where they were. And, you know, they got a dish. They weren't sure what it was. But they said, hey, this is really good. What is this? And the waitress said, oh, is roof rabbit. And they're like, huh? Huh? And she goes, roof rabbit, you know, meow meow. Baking 3 pounds of bacon. Crispy, have it as a nibble plate. Not a bad idea. Maybe get some cheese in there. You know, think about it. Eat plenty of cheese. Because, you know, if you're completely constipated, you won't have to get up and use the can. You know, see, you're strategically debuffing yourself. It's the true trillion IQ play. Alright, Bazd. It's time to, Oh! Oh! Nice! That's what we came for. Or that's one of the things we came for. Based. Alright. That is our, cleric... That's our very OP cleric necklace. Yeehaw. Alright, do we have enough? Do we have everything we need for that now? We might have enough for the OP cleric necklace now. Spearrock necklace. Winrune Neza is all we need. Based. That's the necklace of resolution. Glory, hallelujah. Alright. Yeehaw. Yeah, as soon as I get that, y'all are gonna be like, wait, why is this allowed to be in the game? And the answer is, it shouldn't be. Praise be, the sky provides. The sky does provide. You know, keep coming back. It works if you work it, as they say in 12-step programs. Also, good news. We don't really have to do we don't have to do the bee island anymore. Now that we've gotten that drop, we can basically skip it, at least for now. We have the stuff that matters off of the bees. We could keep going for the Bixie sword. For Aldrin, I think, but we have more important things to work on than that. So, I think we will start skipping the bees from here on out. Not the bees. Hey, Freeport was your first city. You're a human monk. Okay, very good. You're on your way to Greater Fey and Pitch Black. Yup. Been there, done that. Yup. By the way, that is not a problem on Legends. Everybody sees well enough in the dark. At least as long as you have your basic starting human candle or a Greater Lightstone, you'll be fine. And speaking of Greater Lightstones, by the way, the magic or not tag does not exist on items anymore. So you do not need special anything in order to hit wisps or ghouls. Fun fact, the reason why that is the way it is, on live, they actually removed the magic item tag because of a few enemies from 1999 that basically every time a melee players did a melee swing against monsters, it had to check a stat line on the monster. Is it magic only? And is your weapon magic? And so in 99 that was fine. By 2015 or something, when players were hitting 300 times a second, it was causing massive server load just checking if weapons were magical or not. So they just got rid of it. Which also means if we get to go to Velius, or if we get to go to Kale Drakel, at least in a semi-vanilla state, Reaver stonks are going straight to the moon. Because remember, Reaver was a 40-40 weapon at a time when anything approaching a 1.0 ratio was god tier. But it was not magical. That was its drawback. So it was not usable against a lot of things. And okay, sister by herself today. Very good. All right, pet over here, please. There you go. And so, yeah, some dark underground places, yeah, you will want some kind of light source item. But yeah, your starter newbie candle that you spawn into the world with will do just fine. It is not a problem. Close your eyes and hear Nectalos sounds. I'd rather visualize myself in Nectalos than in Kithakor. Oh, man, the sun. You're about to get to Kithakor and the sun's going down. You know what? Just log out for 30 minutes. Nope. Let's see, what do we get? Another Blade of Abrogation, well, which actually is a pretty solid weapon, honestly, for a one-hander. But don't care. Oh, hey, Spiritualist Ring from our Shaman. Okay. Is that the other thing for Garduk, by the way? Yeah, are we able to... No, Gardock requires a symbol of vision. Spiritualist ring, is the Vermilion Sky ring with Feign Death on it. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So, okay, that is still a... We still need a Windrune Hedda, which we don't have. But Spiritualist ring, yeah, we take those. We absolutely take those. All right. We're getting a much better variety of drops today. Yep. Go pull a Taco Bell. Yep. Run for the border till you get to Rivervale. Yep. You know what? I stand by my statement. Just log out for 30 minutes and actually go to Taco Bell. Yeah, just pull an actual Taco Bell run. Yeah, nothing to be gained by continuing to play the game. Just log out for 30 minutes. Go get hydrated. All right, here we go. All right, Mage Hunter stance. All right, EOV coming in. How many tries does it take to get slow? One resist. Interrupted. Because we got summoned. 2 resists. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, is 3 times the charm? Yes, it is. Hey, Exata, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. We're just on +1. Yeah, Spider. Yeah. Sadly, because everything that drops in Plane of Sky is just a quest item, rewards are the same whether you're on 0 or +4. Like, the reason to be on +1 in this zone is to prevent enemies from running away. Because when enemies run away in this zone, they'll just go flying off the island into the ether. But in +1 or higher zones, just globally, enemies don't run away. So, Plane of Sky is actually easier on +1. You know, enemies do marginally more damage and have marginally more HP, but not flying off into the void is a major improvement. And Mortician's Crypt, welcome to the program. I was thinking 8 times just to make things interesting. On +4 last night, one of our attempts, it took 10 or 11 tries to land slow. It was terrible. Which is why we were not able to beat it on +4. By the way, Iovation, good example. Because Evasive Stance just shuts this guy down completely and just invalidates him. He's a good reason why, you want to level up classes with other toolkits. Because different tools for different jobs. The more tools you have in your kit, the better you will be. Be a good Boy Scout or Girl Scout and be prepared. And what did we get? Another Tear of Quellius. We had one of those already. I don't care. Nice. Oh, that's so cool. We can hit... being able to quit and leave allows us to just zone out instantly. That's awesome. Yeah, very nice. And right here in Quest Hall... let's see here. That one... we need a... what did we need? Oh, we need a Windrune Head, which we don't have. But the Cleric quest that we just finished. Oh yeah, to get Thelvorn, Blade of Light, which would be nice to get. We need the Sphinx Claw of Sister. Versus, yeah, to get Aldrin, yeah, we need 0.77 versus point. Oh, they're both 0.77. Okay, yeah. 2026. They're both 2026. Okay, yeah. So, and because on my, is that all we need actually? Let me check my my notes here. Pulsating Ruby, protection, Thelvorn. Oh, we still need the Golden Hilt apparently. Really? Huh. That's unfortunate. Golden Hilt is just... Where does that drop off of? Oh, actually drops off of Greater Sphinxes. Gross. And Undine Spirits. Just trash mobs in Island 7. Gross. But for Cleric, we need a Windrune Neza. Find item. Windrune Neza. We actually have 5 of these. And we will give this to Jocelyn Faithbringer over here. Along with our... Yeah, Silvered Spirrock Necklace. And, so this thing, now, as far as necklace stats go, compared to the Bloodstar pendant, it's no comparison. Bloodstar pendant wins hands down. Necklace of Resolution, Class 4. This thing clicks Promised Renewal, instant cast, every 2 minutes. For so long, will be your leveling strat. So beta is going to be a little special. As I was saying, hinting to people before, I'm not going to tell y'all exactly what the open beta thing is going to be. The hint, for those who can either know or can figure it out with the help of the interwebs, the hint is something that involves Final Fantasy V during the summer, right around this time of year. That's the hint. But yeah, this thing clicks friggin' Promised Renewal every 2 minutes for free. What the hell? As, the vanilla version of this would have charges. Now, it's just a 2-minute recast. In the immortal words of Jontron, what? Yeah, this is hella OP. This could be... This is too good. Soulfire having this click every 15 minutes is a little bit more in line. Yeah, dear devs, nerf this, please. 5 or 6 minutes, because it's a cleric item instead of a paladin item. Sure, 5 or 6 minutes. But 2 minutes? This is like, for clearing trash in, around Plane of Sky, this is now just my main source of healing. Like, I don't even need, this is better than, Zerk Speed LOH looping. Because that takes about 2 minutes also. And that takes 30% of my mana to accomplish. Pulling out the duct tape. Shut up! Can I put this on, like, activated items? Can this go over here? No, only act... How is this not an activated item? Alright, whatever. So the golden coffer for mages. Golden coffer. Oh, is a wind rune Ozia. Okay. Oh, do I not have any wind rune Ozias? Huh. Okay then. I apparently do not have any wind rune Ozias currently. Oh, that's weird. You gotta actually click Dragon Horde and open it up to include Search in the Dragon Horde. Okay. Okay, I do not actually have an Ozia. Alright, whatever. Liza, Autobank, Dana. No, we're holding on to the onto that. Mantle of the Songweaver. Whatever. Jester's Mask. We actually can. And what was the? Oh yeah, the Windrune Dana. Okay. All right. A Freedy Great Staff. There you go. Jester's Mask. And where did that Windrune Dana go that we're just looking at? There it is. Windrune Dana. And there we go. Cudgel of the Fool. The highest ratio weapon in the game. 45-52 with a 34 damage bonus. Minus 10 intelligence. Plus 100 endurance. Combat effect is Fury of the Chosen. Causes you to simmer with fury, granting increased strength, armor class, dex, and lowering stamina loss. Very nice. Game plan and server decide. Yeah, Freeport. Also, so for if you take that out, click off. Can you put it on? No, you can't. Well, you can put it on anything that is usable by a cleric. So, yeah, when you pull an exaltation out, here, because I'll demonstrate here. Mote of infinitesimal. All right. Yeah, infinitesimal. We put one of those. Actually, yeah, because we'll merge that. We'll also put one in here. And minor potential. Pull two of those out. So we pull the exaltation out, and we'll storage. Yeah, the augmentation, so we can see the the exaltation still has cleric only on it. Now, do we have a good example of a necklace usable by someone that is not a cleric? Probably not. Not on hand, but yeah. So if we tried to put this in an item that was not usable by cleric in the first place, it would tell us that it would result in an unusable item. But if we take our Bloodstar pendant here, usable by warrior, paladin, cleric, etc., almost everybody. And we drop it in here. Oops, in the click exalt. Suddenly it becomes cleric only. And also then leveling strategy for live. Yeah. We're gonna basically, I think we'll actually go Paladin Zerk to start. I think the extra damage, just kill speed, will be more valuable from 1 to 10 than cleric healing. And so we'll level to 10, add cleric. At 10, we will head over to Befallen, and we will live there forever. Glory be, Befallen provides. We'll level to about 30. Actually, probably to exactly 30. Then we'll switch out cleric for, let's say, druid. Level druid from 10 to like 30 for ports. Switch druid out for wizard. Level to 30 for the other set of ports. Switch back to our main trio. And level to 50. And start, and then, hit dragons and planes and stuff as soon as we get to 46, basically. Oh, yeah, the cudgel's like mana drain on your endurance. Yup. That neck just needs Flowing Thought 3. It really, yup. So the item, just needs the item. Yeah, it'll make anything you put this in will become cleric only. Kind of like if we pull the weapon proc out of Cudgel of the Fool, the proc is Berserker only. So, it will make the weapon Berserker only. And can only be put into weapons that are usable by Berserkers. But speaking of that, potential, lesser potential, actually. Oh, actually, we have a lot of lesser potential modes. 3. 4. All right. So we can pull that out. So, here, I'll demonstrate, by the way, the thing about trying to put so if we try to put our Berserker-only Cudgel proc into our Fiery Avenger, we get the message, the result of this combine would produce an unusable item. Because Fiery Avenger is Paladin only, proc is Berserker only, they're not compatible. But you know what is compatible with Cudgel of the Fool? Soul Leech. Nice 75-point life tap. That is Berserker usable? So that works. By the way, if we had Berserker in our kit, this would be usable by our pet. And that would be hilarious. Bubble wrapping your monitor in case beta launch overload. Keck. Cleric does get a really good two-hand blunt. That's why we're here. It's called Baton of the Sky, and yes, we are trying to get that. We need a drop off of the Eye of Vishen in order to make it happen. And that's why we're here. Alright, Awakened Solo non-respawning. Just gonna do a quick round of buffs here. It looks like most of our, at least a few of our enchanter buffs anyway. Yeah. Now that we have the bees accounted for, yeah, I don't feel the need to do the bee island anymore, so we'll speed up the loop. Did we hit Boon of the Clear Mind? Yeah, Boon of the Clear Mind. Group resist magic, very important. Do we have anything worth buying on the AA list right now for 7 points? We could always add more spell slots with mnemonic retention. We can also add quick damage. Double riposte is the thing. Or we just sit on them for a while. No. The target item does not need to have all the classes, just one of them. And yeah, as long as the exalt and the target item have at least one class in common, they will be compatible. But, you know, if they only have one class in common, then you will need to be that class in order to use the item. Alrighty. All that. So also, yeah, you can see you can actually bang out a pretty good quantity of sky quests. You know, honestly, kind of a short amount of time once you kind of get into the groove of it. Especially once you have your keys made. You know, 90% of the work is done at that point. After that, it's kind of just going through the motions. And this is even just doing it, you know, solo. If we had an actual group here to just blast through these jabronis, you know, it would be, you know, so much more efficient. But where are you, buddy? Where? Okay, see ya. Bro was like, nah, son. I saw what happened to the other guy. Yep. He's like, yeah, homie, don't play that game. Like, I got a wife and kids back home. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Alright, this guy's just getting mezzed. What do we get? Beza and Neza. Okay, well. I don't think we... I don't think we need any of those right now, but we did just use a Neza, so, you know what? We, replace the one we just used. Alright, not gonna bother with Gorg. Alright, and... Gotta go kill the Uma Musume. Or the Pegasus Sister, whichever horse fandom you, hate more. Come on. I just want to give Jebektik the butt. What weapon are we using? Currently, we are using a Fiery Avenger +6. Though, if the Eye of Vishan drops the quest item we want, we will be changing weapons here in the foreseeable future. Well, there's another Ranger Clicky Cloak, which we just don't need. Unfortunately, we'll have to sell that. Light Cloth Mantle, the Enchanter Shoulders. Is that the one we were looking at before? Light Cloth Mantle. Rune Ozar. Oh wait, that one's new. Okay. Yeah. Bard Mantle and Druid Mantle and the key. Okay. Okay, we have not gotten the ceramic mask for mage. Or the cracked leather eye patch. We got that one. Oh, Jester's mask for rogue is also... Oh, alright. Oh, yeah. Rogues get a clicky invis mask. Not... Like, kind of not super useful on rogue of all classes, but okay. Stone amulet for warriors. For just a necklace. Otherwise... KOS. Aegis of the Wind, which unfortunately is bad. Okay, I think we've... Alright. Alright, and we are invised up this time, just in case we get attacked by anything. So, still a couple items on the KOS. Loot table. That we haven't seen yet. I think, I'll have the Derv rings. Oh, yeah. Compared to... Oh, yeah, like, Derv rings are actually good and will 100% last you until... Well, pending other new stuff being added to the game. Because remember, a lot of zones are getting revamped over time. You know... They said, like, one of the next zones in queue is going to be Split Paw. So, you know, and they seem to be trying to fill in itemization gaps as they go. So, you know, Derv rings might lose some of their long-term lifespan as other, like, mid-level rings come into being. But, yeah, they're still... You know, being rings at all with stats make them pretty okay, you know, for like a long time. And the fact that they are so readily available and easily upgraded. Yeah, those will be well-protected fingers. I think you can also, or if you want, you can also turn in dervish rings to somebody for faction, can't you? Somebody in Freeport, I think. Plus there's also the, whatever it is that drops off of Dorn Bedin. Doesn't he drop a... He drops something, doesn't he? Like a dagger or something? Handy thing also, Dorn's on a different faction than the rogues. So you can automatically split him off from everybody else. Also be aware, you might be KOS to him, even if you're not KOS to the dervishes. Amulet of the Sphinx Eye. Ah, that is very nice. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't cast, you know, Promised Renewal, so mine's better, but, you know, still pretty good. Oh yeah, if they sell bags in bank space, I'm hoping they will at least sell Dragon Horde space, because my god do I need a lot of it. You know, if they sold like 100 Dragon Horde slots for, say, 10 or 15 bucks, I'd buy that instantly. Oh, by the way, if we get our cleric drop, then cleric weapon drop, then we're gonna go change gears a bit and go work on some fashion quest, because I need to make a new thumbnail for my for YouTube videos, and yeah, I need to get some fashion quest going on to make that happen. Oh, yeah, by the way, so far on this island, we have not spent mana on healing. We can transmog now? No, not yet. But I will just put on the fashion gear long enough to take a screenshot and, you know, then swap back to real gear. Actually, all right, guard right there, please. Thank you. So how does leveling secondary classes work? Okay. Trade of 25. Yes. So, if you... So, all of your classes will level simultaneously, automatically up to 10. Doesn't matter what classes you have equipped, everything levels up to 10. From that point on, you have to actually equip a class to level it. All the classes you have equipped will be gaining XP simultaneously at the same rate. The unequipped classes will just sit at 10. Yeah, if you, let's say, level your starting trio to 20, then swap one of your classes out for something else, you will sink down to 10. Your high-level classes will not be gaining XP, while your low-level class catches up. But equipment does not have level requirements. So you will have full equipment power while level synced down. Also, passive AAs do not have level requirements, so you'll have all of those. Active AAs mostly do have level requirements, so you will be subject to those level requirements. Ooh, excuse me. Likewise, weapon procs do have level requirements, so those might not work. And you will be limited to the spells of your level. You will not lose any spells or AAs or whatever while you're synced down. They will just be on pause until you level back up. Haste is nerfed while synced. From level 25 and down, you are your gear is capped at 10% haste. Once you hit level 26, haste is uncapped. Starting stats. You do not have stats to allocate. Each class, your starting stats will be a combination of your race choice and your class choice. So you'll have the base stats of your race, and then you get extra stats added onto that based on the classes you have equipped. And when you change classes, those bonus stats will get changed to match. Deity, no. The only thing deity affects are a handful of low-level items, mostly for clerics, that most characters will never even bother getting. Because they're low level and not good. So, deity is mostly just for roleplay reasons. And for faction standing with different groups. You know, if you worship an evil god, paladins will probably kill you on sight. And if you worship a goody two-shoes god, necromancers will probably kill you on sight. So it goes both ways. Well, we went through the entire Spirok Island, and we never once spent mana on a heal. Oh, Spirok Battle Staff. What does that get us? That and that gets us the Shillelagh. I do not care. Farming for a cleric weapon. You equip multiple weapons for each class. Well, I mean, we are not on a dual wield class, so we can only have one weapon. You can put weapons in your any slot, but they're just stat sticks. With the asterisk that if you're a rogue, backstab will check your any slot for an item with backstab damage. So you can backstab from your any slot. Interestingly, as they confirmed in the stream today, if your backstab weapon has a proc effect, when you backstab, that weapon in your any slot can actually activate its proc effect. But backstab is a special case here. It does not work that way for anything else. Yeah, currently you are not able to, say, bash with a shield in your any slot. Man, I love swapping spells in the middle of combat. Will you try harpoon trick day one? Yes, absolutely. We'll actually do that on beta also. Another one of those. Same thing twice in a row. Rip. It's the harpoon trick, where you just, doing the Deepwater harpoon quest, instead of letting Sentry Zyron go off and chase specters, you just lock her in place with hails. Actually, can you just slash hail a thing? Nope, it is. No, you gotta actually. Hello there, Eye of Vision. All right, place your bets. How many casts will it take to get slow to land? Whoever wins, whoever guesses correctly, wins a cookie. Though you must provide your own cookie. Cast 1. Resisted. Oh, 2. Winning guess was 2. If you were thinking 2 to yourself, congratulations, you've won. You may provide yourself a cookie and eat it. Modifications and stats. Got it. Technically, I could put bard instruments to boost songs. You absolutely can. In fact, We have a Lissa's Darkwood Piccolo. By the way, instrument mods are considered focus effects. We have Lissa's Darkwood Piccolo here, which is Wind Instruments, Wind Resonance 14. We have that in our Fiery Avenger. Our Shield of the Stalwart Seas has Kellen's 7-stringed lute. Which reminds me, where's our, Oh, our Idol of the Inner King is on our range slot, okay. Yeah, all instrument mods, by the way, are primary, secondary hand. So, if you want all 4 instrument mods, you will need to be dual wielding, and you will need a pair of weapons or shields in your any slots. So we have a Cello's Drum mod in our Shield of Rainbow Hues, for example. And Blood Sky Sapphire for rogues. Alright, we'll take that, I guess. What does that get rogues? That plus the Bixie Stinger gets them Thorn Stinger. Okay. Which admittedly is a pretty good weapon. But not what we came here for. Can you have 2 of the same procs? Yes. As long as, yeah. As one thing to note, though, if the weapon that the proc came out of was primary or secondary only, the proc will maintain that limitation. So this Earthshaker, for example, Earthshaker proc is primary only. So you would not be able to equip 2 of this. Versus something like a Short Sword of the Akesha, can go in either slot. So you would be able to dual wield those. Like this gold-plated Koshigatana that procs Dismiss Undead, or Dismiss Summoned, is primary, secondary, and not lore. So, yeah, you can absolutely put that in both weapons and dual wield. Ghoulbane, however, despite being a one-hander, is a paladin weapon. Paladins don't dual wield. So that is primary only. And if you put a primary only proc into, let's say, a Short Sword of Akesha, it will become primary only. Or if you put it into an Ifriti standard that is secondary only, it just won't work. It'll say this would create an unusable item. 1 awakened solo non-respawning. Yep. Uh, yep. Rip that dream. All right. Looping back around. Hey, guy. Where? We need him to, please. Azarak Isle remains a good example of how the game does not understand how its own Z levels work. Never has, never will. Oh, hello, Protector of Sky. Where? That was kind of goofy. Protector of Sky, where? You're up there. Okay. What? Oh, he gets... Trying to get repositioned, then he backstabbed us for 1,800 damage. Because he was stuck up in the air, and we were trying to reposition to... Trying to reposition him to get him to come back down to usable Z level, and he said no. Yep. Yeah, we're working on the cleric two-hand blunt. Haven't gotten the drop yet, but one of these days. We've gotten a lot of other good items though, so you know, we have absolutely been making tangible progress. Getting the cleric necklace actually was huge. Yeah, free promised renewal every 2 minutes. Just madness. What next? Shh. I don't know. I'm just spouting crazy talk here. Alrighty. Alright, now that he has time to come in for a landing, suddenly he's not a problem anymore. Mass enchant imbue bars. And they put it in Spellblade. Nice. Location of servers. Yes, the 5 North American servers are located in Las Vegas. The European server is somewhere in Europe. Oh, another Dana and another Ana. All right. All right, we're just gonna leave those guys mezzed and click up to the next island. I mean, the reality is EverQuest is not a... Oh, shit. God damn it. Forgot to re-invis. There was an essence carrier sitting on Gorgolosk Island. I was gonna say, anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, you know, EQ is not a ping-sensitive game. Remember, it came out in '99 when most people were playing on dial-up. And, like, frequently not even 56K. Like, I had America Online, which was billed as 56K, but actually dialed up at 28.8. 28.8 kilobits per second. So, and all the servers back then were in San Diego. I have 2 DA cells. They have a 15-minute cooldown. I don't have room on the bar for them, and it's fine. Yeah, I'm trying to theory craft Berserker, Monk, Paladin. Wondering if two-handed blunt would be better or dual wield. I did the combo a little bit just while leveling for funsies. You know, I wasn't doing it very seriously though. There's a couple of really good options for dual wielding. It's like in Najina now. There's a new monk fist weapon and a new knight sword, a new one-hander that would be obtainable in the like mid-teens to low 20s. That would go really well together. So that could be a thing. I think, I mean, on paper, right now, all other things being equal, dual wielding conceptually beats out two-hander. But Paladin does have access to Fiery Avenger, which is a thing. Berserker has access to Cudgel of the Fool, which is the highest single ratio weapon in the game right now. On the other hand, Paladin gets access to one-handers like Aldrin, which and Thelvorn. Plus, monks have Wu's Fist of Mastery. Put those together, and you've got something going on. So, although, you know, with the two, and I think you can actually put Virtuous Bash into a one-handed weapon, and I think it works. I think you can actually bash with a one-hander if you plug the Virtuous Bash effect from Fiery Avenger into it, which is kind of goofy. Fiery Avenger for Aldrin and Offhanded Dagas. Did I run out of... oh, wow, I actually ran out of super meat. That's unexpected. That's what the contribution box is for, I guess. Gotta try it seriously. Yeah, we'll see what open beta brings. Like I said, that open beta we might try some funny stuff. I don't know, or maybe not. Maybe it won't be funny at all. Maybe it'll actually be entirely serious, and maybe no gimmicks at all. Maybe totally super serial, kind of like you know, Al Gore warning the world about Man Bear Pig. Very yeah, I wouldn't mind actually trying out that Monk Fist slash Najina sword combo. It actually looks like it would be a really good leveling combo. Though, for myself, I don't think I would want to run, at least while leveling the first time, I don't think I would want to run Paladin, Monk, Berserker. I would want an actual caster for heals and buffs and sustain and whatnot. But that's my own personal playstyle preference. I swear, Keeper of Souls is like the gimpest enemy on this entire island. Know which server you're playing for open beta? I mean, I'll just go for Freeport. If the beta servers are the same as the live servers, then I'll just go for Freeport. Since I would play there anyway. Yeah, slow and mez just completely trivialize this stuff. Oh, well, there's the eye patch. And bracelet of cessation. Okay. Tonpo's eye patch. Another jester's mask. Alright, sure. Bard mantle. Cleric shield. Fancy looking necklace. Which is actually, I mean, it's not a bad necklace, really, but we have better. Necro bracelet. You know what? I haven't really dropped one before, so we'll grab it just for the hell of it. Ah, yes. Eye patch of plunder. Delicious. You know, with personal instances and stuff, Lodazol would be so much easier. And because coin doesn't have weight, taking the, you know, pile of money out to the Othmere would not be a problem anymore. Wasn't it something stupid like five or 10,000 gold that you had to bring to the Othmere for the Lodazol Shell Shield? Slub, baby, good evening. And though, you know what? Hear me now and believe me later. The second expansion will not be Velius. At least not in the way we know it. In fact, I think it will be, I think the second expansion will explicitly not be Velius, specifically for the purposes of getting people out of their comfort zone and making them throw their preconceived notions out the window. And breaking people out of the mindset that this is just a TLP or something. Because it's not a TLP. It is its own unique thing. You think we're waiting for Velius to do that? Oh yeah, Velius was great fun, you know? I'd love me some NTOV. I'd love to go get me a Nature's Defender. But I think people will be very surprised to find out that the second expansion will be something completely different. Well, I mean, a lot of Kunark kind of felt like Old World plus plus. You know, I think Velius is where live starts to really feel like something, and starts to feel like the kind of the formula of what EverQuest would become known to be. You know, the complexity and difficulty of content, especially pinnacle content, goes up a lot in Velius. You know, and the game becomes more about, you know, that aspirational pinnacle content than, you know, just grinding levels all day and all night. Because, you know, Kunark really didn't have that much new pinnacle content. You know, as far as, like, major bosses go, you had Veneral Sathir, you had Trachanon, you had a couple of the open world dragons, like Gornair and Talendor, that were just slightly souped up versions of Vox and Nagafen. And then you had Vishen's Peak. And that was it. You know, the pinnacle content was really kind of an afterthought. It was, you know, aspirational content basically for people who ran out of other things to do. Then Velius comes along, and, you know, Velius did not have a level cap increase. So anybody who was already at 60 wasn't grinding levels, they were just doing pinnacle content. You know, and they were improving their gear instead of grinding levels. So it kind of made sense that stuff to do at max level was more the focus rather than the process of getting to max level. Because, you know, consider, Kunark was also designed with the idea that Ixars are not welcome in normal society, are not really able to travel, you know, to places outside of Kunark. So, but they also didn't have to, because the continent contained a full 1 to 60 experience. You know, and Ixar could safely stay in his own environment and, you know, not worry about being hunted by the more civilized peoples of the rest of the world. Yeah, plus there were epic quests. You know, also a prominent feature of the expansion. Because monks came in Kunark, Beast Lords came in Luckland, Berserkers came in Gates of Discord, and that was it. That was it for classes being added to the game. Ratonga was a thing in EQ2. Though I preferred Ratonga back when they were called Burmesians. You know, for as much as I will complain about FF9 not being a particularly fun game to play, even though it was a pretty solid game in general, I do enjoy me some Freya Crescent. Just peak rat girl. Also, you know, just gotta respect the Dragoon aesthetics. You know, Karen's being added instead of Vashir does actually set a nice precedent to, you know, that people can, you know, rightly expect maybe, you know, new playable races that were never in EQ1. You know, like Ratonga or Aviax or, you know, whatever. What do we get? Oh, Dove Slippers. Okay. That's for one of the monk things. I forget what that's used for. Also, the Necro... Thing of Cessation. Oh, is the Ring of Cessation not actually used for something? Is the ring just not a thing? Is the ring just... Oh, was that not a ring? Was that actually a bracelet? Oh, that was the bracelet. That was not even a quest item. I didn't need to pick that up. Monk. What is the Dove Slipper used for? Oh, the Sandals of Alacrity. For the agility clicky shoes. Okay. And a Windrune Jaka. Well, that's pretty easy. So, okay, we'll grab that. We've now seen, like, every item off of Spirok Lord, except the one we were looking for. But at least we're seeing different items off of him. So that's cool. Let's see. The Golden Sash of Tranquility? Yeah, it does. Yeah, 15 Strength, Dex, and Agility. Yeah, very nice. I mean, all the melee belts are good. Yeah, with Enchanter spells, I've had Haste Cap for a while. Because, you know, we already had 41% haste on Cloak of Flames, plus 5. And with Enchanter haste, you know, it just isn't hard to get to cap. On Core 3, well, yeah, because we use the same item. Because, yeah, this is the same item we would use on Core 3. But, oh, yeah, but, no, with, Enchanter, with Core 3, our haste spell is only 25%. If we somehow got a Sky Belt up to plus 9, then we would be able to haste cap with that. But good luck getting up to plus 9 on an item. Yeah, Sky Haste Belts are all base 41. So even a plus 5 gets them to 46, which then with Valor of Mar gets you to 71% haste. You're knocking on the door of cap at that point. You know, you're 4% off. You know, you're close enough. Someone linking their Kildorn the Blood Drinker +8 with its 1488 ratio. Very red-pilled weapon, apparently. Or just proof that all Shadow Knights are chuds. Versus a Woos +7 is 1227. Aldrin +7 is 1308. Oh! Oh, finally, a Sphinx Claw. Ah, it exists. It exists. Claw, yes. Now that's part of Thelvorn. One of the Paladin swords. The other drop is the Golden Hilt. Alright, well I guess we have to start killing Sphinxes on this island then, don't we? Oh, that's bad. We're gonna die. We are not... we're cooked. We're rooted in place. We are going to die because we are rooted, and there are 8 mobs hitting us. They're just going to keep chain rooting us until we die. Yeah. Because Pacify wore off while we were in the middle of pulling that mob. Like, we were in the middle of casting on the Sphinx, and the Pacify wore off. You know, it lasted 3 whole ticks. Yep, Aldrin main, woo off, yep. Actually, I'm going to go check the quest aisle. I'm going to see if that Golden Hilt is actually a thing. It'd be kind of weird. Whoop. Ah, shit. That's not what I want. I didn't want to go this way. Whatever, we'll do it. Oh, shit. Oh, and we can't click up to Gorg without invis, because we'll die. Do it live, yep. Yeah, because this Essence Carrier is still sitting over here. Hey, J Media One. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Ready for open beta in a couple of days? Oh, well, we're just grinding some Plana Sky Drops here. Making, getting some fat loot, as it were. A KC, 1981. Lurking, as always. Good evening. Open beta all signed up. Very good. Yeah, I will be starting on Freeport. We'll be doing something a little different for open beta. Because it's only a 3-week screw around phase. And the hint is we will be, or the hint is that there is something that happens around this time of summer involving Final Fantasy V. So that's got some connection to what we're going to be doing on open beta. All right, Greater Sphinx, I need you to get pacified. And please stay pacified for more than a couple of ticks. And just come in here by yourself, please. Thank you. That's what we want to see. There will be a... Yeah, just remember you will not be able to... Oh, did we get... Yes, we did. You will not be able to actually... download files until the day of beta. How many enemies are in here anyway? Okay. Just these two? I swear the sphinxes in here are maybe actually more dangerous than the Sister of the Spire. I mean, Sister is honestly a chump. Okay, yeah, you might be able to download, well, yeah, just remember, yeah, the, running the patcher and everything, it's not really helpful right now, because you are going to have to, it's like all the files are going to be, like, totally replaced between now and launch, so you're going to have to basically repatch everything from scratch, as, like, all the important stuff gets reiterated on. Is your pet healing you? Yes, if I get low on health, he is a paladin, so, he will... I mean, he doesn't heal me very much. He casts, like, greater healing, but, you know, he's doing his best. He's trying his little heart out. And we got the achievement for, killing sphinxes. But you only have to kill 10 sphinxes. Ench pet. Nope. Enchanter pets just are paladin / warrior. Yep. You know, every class's pet is now just a different set of classes. And, yep, enchanters get paladin pets. Also, all pets are dual class. Like shaman pets are beast lords. Beast lord pets are berserkers. And all pets have warrior as their second class. Yep, yeah, the fact that my pet and I have one class in common is purely coincidental. Yo, J Media dropping 5 gifts again. 38 historically. Thank you so much once again. The one-man hype train back to claim his title. I appreciate that once again. Oh, that's part of the staff of Elemental Eyes. I guess we... Let's see. If, on the right track. And, Alright. Delissi Gaming, yep. My pleasure. We'll be here every day from now until God knows when. So, you know, by all means, come back and ask more questions. We'll be happy to answer. And if anybody wants to keep the hype train running, by the way, you got about 3 minutes to mash that button. Delissi Gaming dropping the Prime sub. Thank you for that. Helping to keep the train on the tracks and keep my lights turned on. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You decide, oh, hey, tinfoil hat. Yep. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, my server will be Freeport. I feel like Freeport is going to be probably the most populous server off the bat. You know, the evil folks might want to go to Neriok, and, you know, more power to them. I actually wonder, like, how many people will pick Agok. Maybe just all the people who, like min-maxing as an ogre for stun immunity. No, all the North American servers, I should say, all the servers except the dedicated European server are located in Las Vegas. The European server is actually in Europe. Oceania might be Rivervale. Okay. And our... open that hype chest. There's only 2 Euro servers. They forgot to list... And, Hmm. The Euros are relegated to a server named after a bunch of, evil, degenerate heretics. Hmm. What Secret's really trying to say here? The, Now, of course, the most important question, so that we know which server to avoid forever, uh... what will this game's Balmung be? Maybe Ogok will be the Balmung server. Because maybe all the degenerates will hide there, thinking, no one will notice them or pay attention to their, filthy swamp of a server. Actually, Ogok is not a swamp, it's more of a marsh or wetland. It's adjacent to a swamp. Or maybe people just making characters on different servers, seeing like what kind of community organically emerges out of each of them, and seeing which one they jive with, which I think is pretty legitimate. Or just making a character on each server just to lock in their name so no one else can impersonate them. Which I may actually do. Fun little story, by the way. You think Nariak will be all the degenerates? Entirely possible. I mean, the Maiden's Fancy is a thing. So funny story. Back when I was, in Triality, and we were like the #1 or #2 guild in the world. We were playing a game one day, checking around things like the World of Warcraft Armory site, and checking out players on World of Warcraft. Basically, seeing how many people were impersonating each of us, and because the guild roster was very public, because we had a website and had all kinds of like hype material and stuff, as guilds did back then. This was in the days before what we would now call e-celebs. Spin's done. Need to get the Sphinx mezzed. And, okay. Get this Drake under control. Ow. Ow. Fortunately, the Drakes don't have a lot of HP. They're just really annoying because of their freaking whirlwind. Which they cast, which they proc, a lot. Okay. Got him under control. Let's remez the Sphinx. Though, I think hilts can drop off the Drakes. Yeah, because this Drake is just a wizard, so it has no hit points. I think Drakes can drop the hilt that we want. Heartsbane Drakes can drop it, and Undying Spirits. Okay. So, I don't know, pulling one Drake out of the cluster, there might be a gap of Drakes that we can actually safely pull from here. Heat Stealer, Wind Rider. Your strongest 3-class combo? I don't know. That really depends on what kind of metric we're going by, because, like, different tools for different jobs. You know, because, like, just grinding in Plane of Hate, we don't need Mez for that. Enchanter is optional. On the other hand, bringing a Charm Pet through there and just rampaging is pretty nice. You know, some places we don't really take enough damage to need Cleric. Like if we're rampaging through Plane of Hate, just grinding XP. And we've seen from doing, you know, difficulty 4 bosses on a dual class that we don't even, you know, we can do a lot of the content in the game without needing 3 classes. So, yeah, it's like, I think I would answer that as, or I would need to specify the question as most effective at X scenario versus Y scenario versus Z scenario. Yeah, different tools for different jobs. And with that, I gotta go hit the can. I'll be right back. she? You wanna say hi? You wanna say hi? Alright. Monk Inch and Pal Claire Inch will be the two main. Yeah, those will all be, you know, some combination there with, you know, like Enchanter or Shaman or Cleric. And then, you know, Berserker or Monk. I think any, like, iteration of that will be very solid. Let's see here. Okay, there is a... Which drakes do we need? Heartsbane drakes are the ones we're looking for. Okay, where are the Heartsbane drakes in the loop? Which are the Fate Stealers? There's the Heartsbane. I'm actually just kind of watching their flight path. I think we can get them... I think we can probably get just the two of them. There's that Wind Rider Drake right there. And they're... How many drakes are following us? A lot. Okay. If we... There's like 3 of them on us. Try to outrun them. Oh my god, there's a million things. Oh, alright, yeah, no. We're just gonna click up to the next island. And we're clear. Okay. That's about what I expected from that. Did not expect to be able to pull, yeah, Pal Monk Edge, Pal Monk Dual Wield, yeah. Sky Sword and Monk Offhander will be very tasty, yeah. And you get a, like, starter version of that, you know, in Najina with the new weapons from there. Which are both very spicy for their level. So, alright, place your bait. Place your bets. How many slows will it take to land on the eye? Get it right and win a cookie. First cast. Landed on the first try. How about that? Many servers? 6 US and 1 euro? Or 2 euro, yeah. Yeah, Aridin and Paniel. Okay, so yeah, they apparently goofed the announcement today. So and yeah, no plans for an Anzac server at this time. And yes, Aussies and Kiwis and Tasmanians and whatnot. I am a student of World War I history, so I know what Anzac Day is. That is why I use that acronym. Oh, we have that one already. Large Sky Sapphire for enchanters. Yeah, we had that one already. Dang. Celebrating getting our asses kicked. You know, give yourselves some credit. It's not that you were getting your asses kicked. It's that you were being sent on suicide missions that the Brits didn't want to send, you know, real British subjects on. You know, same thing they did, you know, to the Indians and the Canadians and the Newfies, because Newfoundland wasn't considered part of Canada yet. And J Media One dropping that Prime sub as well. 2 months for yourself, 38 months combined for everybody else. So, you know, 40 total sub months right there. Thank you again for all that support. Happy with DPS on your current loadout? Oh, let's see. Hmm. And Tortuga85, thank you for that follow. And J Media dropping a gift for Jarek Storm. Oh, just keeping the pain train rolling. Thank you again for that. And Tortuga dropping the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much. So, sitting on 34 subs and 380 followers right now. I really appreciate all that, everybody. Weekend solo non-responding. We'll do, we're going to do one more loop through the zone. Missed the server chat. How many servers? US 6, I think. Was that correct? Is that the, yeah, let's see here. Okay, so US servers, yeah, Keynotes. Okay, they fixed the announcement in the official news post. Yeah, US servers, Keynotes, Freeport, Algoc, Nuriok, Rivervale, and Hallis. Euro servers, Eridan, and Payneal. So, okay. Now, so, we kind of see the theme here. Different global regions, using different continents. So, Antonica is all the U.S. stuff. Otis. So, I guess if Europe gets a third server, it'll be Kara City or whatever. Kara Isle or whatever. Again, Ogre, Shaman, Monk. Okay, based. Unlocking Wood Elf before 10. Setting main as Wood Elf Pal. Then running Ogre, Pal, Monk, Shaman. Okay, those Ogre flying kicks are going to be very aesthetic. Start the old Paladin Primary Guild. Okay, we can do that. Also, it means if US needs another server, we can, there's still Grob waiting to happen, as well as Wrath Mountains. Kind of surprised with all the frog love among devs. No Gukta server. I wonder if the internal dev test server is Gukta, maybe. Gonna need to what would we even name the guild? That's the hardest part. See, I would pick some cool sounding word like Indefatigable as a guild name, but that's a British ship. And this close to 4th of July, can't rightly, take the name from a British ship. The Dirge jumping Jack Flash, which by the way, I got to see the Rolling Stones once live back in 2003, I think. 03 or 05 at Hershey Park, and yeah, that was amazing. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the quest room real quick. Also, we're gonna need to recast Clarity. Field name Interdimensional Rift. Well, you know, that would tie in. You know, I mean, I do like me some Final Fantasy V. I'm gonna double check here. Thelvorn is Test of Love. Okay. Or not Jocelyn. We need to go to Dassen. Yeah, okay. We do still need the Golden Hilt and our Windrune Geza. Okay. That's what I thought. All right. Boon is lower regen. Really? Then straight Clarity? It is? Huh. I actually did not know that. I assumed it was a higher level spell, so it would be better. I actually did not know that. Shows you how much I know about playing Enchanter. Mana regen goes to 42. Or to 41. Okay, it's 2 point. All right. Just single target Clarity is actually better. All right. How about that? And yeah, the British Navy has all the best boat names. It really does. The Invincible, the Indomitable, the original Enterprise, you know, before we captured it and stole its name.
あなたとの約束を果たしてみせる。
Clarity 2, yeah, is a Kunark spell. And, J Media, finally remembering to actually hit the follow button. Didn't notice, you were missing that this whole time. Alright, Azracs are all up. We do need, yeah, is there a better, maybe this little corner back here is a little better for, we just need a better place to pull these to where we're not, where they have room to come in for a landing. Maybe like all the way down here, because I don't think they wander this far down much. Yeah, you know, positioning is just so touchy with Azracs because of the way they fly up and down the Z-axis. And the fact that they're rogues, and the fact that they root stun you. So spells will just get all kinds of interrupted. This ends up being kind of one of the more mana-intensive islands. Because you just get this kind of steady stream of mobs. They just kind of keep auto-pulling. Hey, Dixa. How's it going? Yeah, with, Yeah, we'll see what kind of metrics on any given spell get upgraded with the spell upgrade system. I am really excited for that. There were a couple of things, yeah, that Alia was talking about on the closed Discord. That were very neat. And 10 more gifted subs from Jay. Actual madman. Hang on, I gotta get this. I am, Alright, where is... that one's too far away. We need everything... We need to basically pull everything over this way. So all those idiots have... Oh, of course we get summoned and rerouted. Okay. Alright, this one's at least on the ground. Trying to... Oh, come on. Okay, I can't even tell. Okay, everything at least... I'm a little... Alright. Okay. This one. Oh, and also Jay dropping a sub for Dixa. And just another 5 subs. Yeah, just actual madman. Yeah, thank you so much. Like, really. It really does mean a lot to me. So... I will get caught up on chat here in a sec once we clear this cloud of imps. At least the Protector of Sky didn't pop on our head. So, you know, at least there's that. All right. Oof. And where'd the protector even... Is he still just... Oh, there he is. Okay. Just get a little mana up here before we pull him. Ow. So, all right, that's plenty. And another 5 more, revving up the hype train again. Level 3 on that hype train now, so if anybody wants to also getting us to 50 subs now, good lord.
あなたとの約束を果たしてみせる。
And Bald Menace 9, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, Pepsi XZ1, hello, welcome. Glad to have you here. Yeah, if anybody else who just got a sub gifted by JMedia1, yeah, do say thank you. And I will say thank you again. For everybody, please enjoy your T-posing anteater badge. Wear it with pride. Also, actually, yeah, up to 55 subs now that the counter updated. By the way, if anybody wants to shoot for level 4 on the hype train, you got about 2.5 minutes. Two Windrune causes. Okay. I don't know. I think we had a couple of those already. I don't think we really need those at this point. But it is what it is. Oh, there. Oh. Yeah. The one-man train conductor just added again. Getting to level 4. Get on the bus. Yeah, there's 20 minutes into the game. Score's tied 0-0. Just go ahead and park the bus already. So yeah, we're setting a new channel record for hype train action. So, you know, trains are cool. No. Fact, the only thing cooler than trains are dinosaurs. And even then, it's a pretty tight competition. Now, if it was a train being conducted by a dinosaur, and if the train was actually a transformer, that would actually probably be objectively the coolest thing ever. And is that level 5 right there, I think? Toot, toot, toot. Toot. So, up to 60 subs now. Madness. Because we're just beating up a horse. Wilbur. And that's... Oh. And, yeah. What the hell? A, Wind Rider Drake has, just appeared out of nowhere to ruin our fun. Okay. That's not good. Just the random Wind Rider Drake off the top rope. So yeah, J Media has now gifted 69 subs. Extraordinarily nice. You know, there's a horse about to wander over here and make things worse. There's the PR. And we're just going to go ahead and drop another PR preemptively. Alright, well, at least this Wind Rider Drake will be one less. Another Jester's Mask. I don't... Druid Shoulders, we got one of those. Wizard Cap. I mean, I guess we'll grab it, but... I think we haven't... You know what? We'll, where'd the Drake go? Actually, like, I can't see him. Ow! Oh, we got so stunned there. We just got, like, completely chain stunned, and then he started smacking us for 600 damage. Thank you so much. I will do my best. By the way, yeah, if somebody drops 2 subs, then you know, we can hit level 6, or two subs or 800 bits. Can get that if somebody wants to throw down. I hope that Wind Drake is still standing over on that corner of the island. I want to go. I was like mashing the lay hands button, but he just kept proccing stun on us. We were just not allowed to play the game, basically. And all right, J Media keeping it going, getting us to the next level there. I get a lot of Twitch notifications when other channels get hype trains rolling. I wonder if anybody I know is getting notifications about this right now. Like, I wonder how far up the food chain do you have to get before algorithm Sama starts sending those little nudge notifications to other people. Yeah, even like channels I haven't necessarily like tuned in or followed before that just are doing content categories that I watched or stream myself. Like I'll get notifications of different like Path of Exile streamers that I've never heard of before. Like so and so has just revved up a hype train. Click here to come check out the action. Yep, just a couple days. Because July 1st is that Tuesday or Thursday? No, excuse me. Blah, blah, blah. July 1st is Wednesday. Yeah, I can read. Derp. Yeah, Wednesday. We'll see if the server can handle the onslaught. Might also get a vague idea from different people about what like relative server populations look like. Yeah, since none of the Fade Wars cities were used, I'm assuming, since it's going by continent right now, if wondering if Fade Wars being saved for some like future additional region like Anzac or Asia or anything like that, just in case if they decide to launch servers in those regions. So it looks like the Windrake went home. That would be unfortunate. I was looking forward to a little bit of revenge. Looks like he managed to path his way home. And there we go. Level 6 hype train completed with 22 total subs. Good lord. That's a pretty good emote right there. Miss. I used to play a lot of mini golf, so having the ball just lip out like that, it hurts. We actually have a really nice mini golf course near me. There's this place called Caddy Shack, actually. That's a kind of an old-timey family fun center. You know, the kind of place people used to go to have fun with, with their kids back in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, it's got mini golf, it's got bumper boats, it's got go-karts, all the stuff people did for fun, 35, 40 years ago. But it's still there, and hasn't changed at all since I was a kid. In Ohio, okay, Ohio call. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people in central Pennsylvania call it putt-putt. Mostly like people from my grandparents' era. Dad campers who love EQ, but yeah, don't have time. Yeah, I don't. Oh wait, actually, I need to recast haste. Yeah, this Spirok here can just take a little breather. Yeah, Guff Speak. How much you've been able to utilize charm on boss fights? Now I have not been using it in Sky, just because everything has such high resist in here. I don't want to bother with it. I just don't need that extra X factor when. Plus, most of the mobs in Sky are too high level. Although the starter small bees in Island 6 can be charmed, actually. Yeah, but I just don't want to deal with it. On the other hand, doing Plane of Hate, oh yeah. The Abhorrents that are right next to Zone In are rogues. They backstab for 404. They just delete mobs. It's fantastic. I haven't usually used charm pets on major bosses. Although, when we did our level 46 interrupt kill, had there been an Abhorrent in the instance, we would have charmed it. We just didn't get one by luck of the draw. Because there's only a handful of trash in the zone, and they're totally random. So you won't get one of everything. Oh, hey, there's our achievement for killing Spirox. Very good. And, yeah, no title for killing Spirox, unfortunately. So, also right now, charm pets are not using the pet inventory. But that is in progress. Let's see, you're gonna have to go Pal, Zerk, Druid, yep, then Wiz to get all the rituals. I think it's not worth. I think it's totally worth to do both. Because reality is leveling from like 10 to 30 just does not take long. Especially with Befallen being what it is. And you'll get piles of gear in the process to help you power level through the next 20 levels and be set up nicely to start doing planes and dragons. Plus, yeah, just the QOL of having fast travel enabled across the world, super useful. And, you know, especially once, like, expansions come out, you're gonna want Wizard and Druid maxed out, ultimately, so that you have all the ports to, like, Kunark and stuff. And so, you know, when subsequent expansions come out, you have you're ready to go with all the ports for that place. Fat Loot, yeah, Befallen and Najina, and probably Split Paw soon also, once that gets revamped. Also remember, Everfrost Permafrost is on the to-do list. So it seems like a lot of zones are, you know, on the docket to get revamped. And they will presumably all have their, you know, itemization cranked up to be relevant. Yeah, Blackburrow also, yeah. Lot of good caster stuff in Najina. Actually, I'm using a spell focus from Najina on, yeah, the Clawed Knuckle Ring for extended enhancement 2. Yeah, because there is no extended enhancement 3. And as far as I'm aware, this is actually the only extended enhancement 2 in the game currently, or at least on an all item. There might be like some Intcaster specific thing somewhere. Maybe. You're gonna, the Fatch, yeah, you're gonna try to just fast track towards some pinnacle bosses. Fair. I mean, if you're living in like the greater Freeport area, Nagafen's right there in your backyard anyway. And you know, it's. And don't forget, teleporters are on the docks are free up until level 20. So, you know, you can port from town to town. Like, you know, and don't forget, you can port straight from Freeport to Kinos and back using the teleporters. You know, and then from Freeport you can get to Butcher Block, and then from Kinos you can get to Eridan. So you can basically go back and forth around the world for free until level 20. I mean, actually, for that matter, I think even like Greater Fadark only takes like level 15 or something. Nectalos, I want to say, only. There's like Druid. Yeah. Yeah, because you get Surefall Glade and North Karana at 15, Butcher Block at 16, West Commons at 17, West Commons and Tox at 17. Even if you just go to 17, that gets you Fadewar, East Antonica, West Antonica. 20 gets you South Row. So you're close to Guck. Oh, also gets you Stonebrunt to get you straight to Otis. Even if you just went to 20, you'd have access to kind of at least every continent. Wizard, likewise. Wizard starts a little bit later, because you get Karana or North Karana at 18, Greater Fey at 20. By then you also pick up Tox, 21. Wizard is a little bit later. Even if you just wanted to do Druid. Like Druid to 22 to 25 even. You know. Like Druid to like about 25, I think. Actually, I take it back. Druid only has to go to 22. Take Druid to 22, you're done. You have all the Druid ports for yourself. As well as Lesser Succor, for what that's worth. Which, you know, there's a couple of big zones, like out in the Karanas, where being able to just succor across it is way faster than running. You know, or just, you know, yeah, Druid also has a bunch of useful leveling spells. You've got heals, damage shield, some nukes. Just a good all-around utility caster as well. So, like, totally valid for leveling. Oh. How did, You tried Shaman? Yep, I've got Shaman to 50. Yeah, Shaman was a late bloomer. It felt kind of bad until 25. Then Tagar's Insects came on, and things got way better. Then we got to 38. Togor's Insects came online, and suddenly it felt like we were playing Shaman. You know, like 38 to 50 was way easier than 10 to 25. and like way more fun. Yeah, then you hit 50, you get Puma, and suddenly you're doing damage. It's great. Oh, yes. That was actually the first time I did Inneruk D4 was Paladin Cleric Shaman. We just turtled up, used Puma for damage, and the pet. The pet contributes, especially when it's holding a Fiery Avenger in its teeth like Sif. And that was before Inneruk got his damage nerfed. He's, Inneruk at D2 now is kind of pathetic. He had his kneecaps broken. D4 Inneruk was not as badly nerfed. And I think it's because D4 is a Paladin Ranger, so he's a bit beefier, and those Ranger like attack stats keep his damage above water. It's still less than it used to be, but not as decreased. I'm gonna be able to landing queue since the beginning. I have a group of 130s on live max A's. Just want to slow roll levels. Yep. Yeah, stop and smell the roses. Yeah. Yeah, do some quests. Go explore. You know, do stuff you never got the chance to do on live. Yeah, just, yeah, enjoy the ride. You know, this is not a TLP. It's not like you gotta race to get world first to get titles and global shoutouts and stuff. And light damask mantle. Okay, well, I guess we need that. For something for Shaman. Light damask mantle and a Beza. Okay, that gets us The Guardian Spirit clicky shoulders. Okay. Well, let's see. I think you could do it without Cleric Healer and just Sean. Well, I mean, probably, honestly. Especially now that he's been nerfed. Probably. The more interesting, do you Puma Pet 2? It didn't seem like it worked on the pet. Like, I wasn't seeing the procs in chat. And I'd see procs from, like, Boon of the Garou. I think one of the more... So, like, the more interesting Interrook runs we've done... We did a D3 Interrook before he got nerfed. On Paladin, Cleric, Enchanter. And we did it at level 46. So we did not have a bunch of spells, especially the capstone spells. That was really fun. It was also hard, because being 4 levels lower means all your skills are lower, so you have less accuracy, you have less avoidance, you have less everything. I was missing like 1,000 hit points. Yeah, like I said, we were missing a bunch of spells. It was actually hard, but it was a lot of fun. We also did D4 Interrook and Kazakh as a dual class, just Paladin Cleric. And that was fun too. Oh, I suddenly realized I was wondering, like, wait a minute, why are we, why is stuff aggroing me? And I realized, oh, because I had haste in the slot where I had, where I normally put invis. I was not invised. Derp. Oh, the, the bees. What? Oh, the bee. Oh my god. So the drakes assisted the bees. We jumped an island and the bees didn't de-aggro, which is weird. Well, my fault for not realizing what spells I had equipped and not invising. So GG me. And check out tooltips and A's. Yeah, get your stuff. Yeah, I mean the wiki as is, is a fork from the P99 wiki with just not that many people actually because it's only really updatable by people who are on closed beta right now, so it just doesn't have that many warm bodies contributing to it as of yet. That being said, though, some of the more important stuff like Plane of Sky quest requirements and whatnot are up to date. So there is that. Yeah, and yeah, Paladin just such a sturdy chassis to build on. Plus, being a whizcaster, and hybrid mana pools are a little bit smaller than full caster mana pools, but it's not the amount of mana you have that matters, it's what you do with it. Oh, good. The bees did reset. I was a little worried they'd still be up on Sister Island. Because, sometimes enemies resetting in this zone is a little sketchy. Alright, Zasib. Yeah, Pacify is super useful. Oh, dang it. Oh shit. Oh, that's bad. We're gonna die. If I get stunned right here, we die. We're gonna die anyway. I need to get these things just in front of me. Oh, these Windrake spin stuns are so awful. Alright, Windrake. Need to get the Windrake slowed. Oh, and a Sphinx has joined the party. Well, we're gonna die. Right, Greater Sphinx can stay mezzed at least. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Alright. Dazzle. It resisted in over channel, of course. Come on. Okay. Sister of the Spire. Okay, come on. Let me move. Sister resisted in over channel. Alright, just die. Windrider Drake. Let's get you all that for a Ginny Aura. We did not need that again. Okay. It's done. Alright, I think we have things under control. Patcher installed, beta ready to go. Very good. Okay. Resisted an overshield. So what here? Let's go ahead and just Tash first. Instead of being silly about it. Alright. I'm pulling one Drake out of the crowd might create a little gap in the conga line to let us pull others. And take some sleeping pills and wake up on Wednesday. That sounds like a good way to end up in a Chubby Emu video. What would be the downside of starting Palanche Claire? Always good, just good when you get gear. I'd say almost. I would say great the moment you hit level 16, because 16 you get AOE Mez. You just get name brand mesmerization, and this is your go-to Mez spell for basically the rest of the game. up until you get Dazzle at 47, pretty much. And even then, I mean, I'm still using Mesmerization because it's AoE and hits 30 targets. Works up to level 55 and costs 60 mana. You know, with Specialization and Focus, it costs like 44 mana. What is the CD? Cooldown on Cajoling Whispers, neck. Oh, I do not know because I don't have it. Let me see what's on the wiki. The wiki does not have the modern version of it. It only has the old version with charges. Yep, casting Mesmerization will not mez yourself. It's very nice. Okay, which... Yeah, same goes for rain spells. Yep, your own AoEs do not hit you anymore. So you can just AoE to your heart's content in melee range. Yeah, it makes rain spells way more plausible. Because you don't have to worry about blasting your own face off anymore. Oh. What time is it? Oh, it's a little after 12. Okay. I think we're gonna kill the Sphinxes here. Hope for a golden hilt. If we drop a golden hilt, we get Felvorn, one of the one-handed paladin swords. Then we'll do EOV, hope for some mithril bands, and if we don't get them, then oh well. Well, we got another mage crown, which I think is actually one of the more challenging mage epic drops. You know, being in the back of Plane of Sky and all, it is not the most accessible thing, historically speaking. Especially back in the days when every trash mob on this island DT'd. You know, Spellblade rain spells. I think they rain spells. I think have cooldowns on them, so you can't Spellblade them. But you can Spellblade Mesmerization. Does Game Jam have full code access? As far as I'm aware, because they're able to just make new zones from scratch, and new whatever from scratch. So, I presume so. Yeah, and yet Alcabor spells still suck. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Yeah, a couple of us were talking with Alia today, kind of about Spellblade versus Inversion. And how a lot of people at this point have kind of stopped using Spellblade in most situations and just use Inversion to accomplish the same thing. And to basically be able to weave a spell between melee swings. Yeah, Sky Quest items drop in every difficulty. And actually, something I've been saying, yesterday and today, is that one of the problems with playing a Sky within the context of these game systems, because everything is just a quest drop, the rewards are exactly the same whether you're on difficulty 0 or difficulty 4. Because quest drops are just the same no matter what. They don't scale. Um, Mega stuns. Stuns are bad. I do not like being stunned. I need to get this Sphinx mezzed. Okay. Oh, and he's gonna mana detonate us. Because he's a dick. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, get defensive on. Ugh. Okay. Alright. Come on. Oh my god, these drakes. These freaking drakes with their freaking stuns. We're dead. Yep, we're dead. One drake just shuts you down. God. Just perma-stun. Ugh. Yeah, if it wants to. Because if it wants to, it will just perma-stun you from full health and just never let you play the game. The classes that get triple attack all cap at 100. Yeah, to make D4 in here, or higher difficulties in general, have any value, they would need to make drop quantity go up. Or add some kind of system where quest drops can drop at higher tiers, and turning in a set of high tier components would yield a high tier result. That system does not exist currently, so yeah, or drop more motes or whatever, but something like that, yeah. Because right now, yeah, there's no, I mean, other than just for fun, there's no reason to do this zone on high difficulty. Had that second Sphinx not added, we probably would have been fine. But yeah, just trying to cast slow at all against that Drake was hard. Because, you know, going 5 whole seconds without getting stunned for 10 seconds was kind of a pipe dream. Chain stun the Drake? Nope. Drake's too high level for that. Can't. Bards can mez the Drakes. Enchanters cannot. Enchanter mez and is capped at 55. Yeah, Enchanter and Cleric Pacify is also capped at 55. And Drakes are minimum 56. And stuns are generally capped at 55 also. So. Yeah, we had a couple of unlucky resists there through overchannel, which is weird. Yeah, just very unlucky. Yeah, and the other unlucky thing that happened there was the Drake hit us with mana detonation, basically knocked us up into the wall, and aggroed the extra Sphinx through the wall. Had it not cast that, or had it flung us in a different direction, and not pulled the extra aggro, we would have been fine. Like, we had the first Sphinx under control. But then we were given the extra one, and suddenly just all hell broke loose. Here we go again. Can I act, please? Okay. If we can slow it, because of course it's coming in hasted. Okay, it's slowed. We'll take a PR. The thing is, these Drakes don't have a lot of HP. They are casters, after all. You know, they're wizards. They have wizard HP. Oh, is the Sphinx off mez already? Jeez, that was a short minute. Oh, and my pet got deleted. How did the pet pull aggro? Seriously? Man. That's actually unfortunate, because the pet pet does a lot of damage in here. Ooh. Okay, there's the mana detonation. Probably just pulled another ad. No, I think we're okay. Right, we've got about 40 seconds until Mez breaks. Okay. Greater Sphinx, we're going to go ahead and redazzle you. Fortunately, the inside of the house here is relatively safe. And thankfully, the Undine spirits up there don't add. Because holy cow, there are a lot of them. Now, the thing is, they are yellow cons. You could pull them down, and you could AoE mez them. And like that's a thing you could do. Yeah. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, because I'm in recovery. Alright, let's switch to overchannel. No golden hilt once again. Alright, pet guard. Alright. Another Sphinx over here. Is the human race unlocked? Well, there are two human race unlocks. There's Freeport human and there's Kinos human. I think Kinos human is a lot easier. Because there's a couple of tricks. Freeport human is a little more challenging, or, well, let me rephrase that, a little more time-consuming. Because there's no quick and dirty way to do it. Because you have to max out Freeport militia, which there's just no quick and dirty way to do. Except... well, the quick and dirty way would require, doing some economy interactions. Buying goblin ears, or farming goblin ears from High Keep in industrial quantities and turning them in is like the one safe, no downside way of raising Freeport militia faction. It will take a lot of goblin ears. But most other methodologies require you to catastrophically tank your paladin faction. if you're no longer using Spellblade, is Warrior's Advantage a bit more viable? It depends. Like, do you have a second mana using class in your build? Otherwise, you're missing a lot of mana on your caster. Likewise, what kind of other spells do you have in your kit? Like, what's the, you know, like, or do you even need that extra mana? Or are you getting more value out of just having more hit points and more armor class from Warrior? So, you know, quite a few variables at play there. You know, dual wield, more crit damage, innate crit rate if you don't also have Berserker in your kit. And that 30% crit damage really does add up. But yeah, like, so yeah, but like Berserker and Warrior both have innate crit chance as a, like, an invisible class feature. They, those crit rates do not stack. They overlap. But, you know, Berserker has an unbound AA that increases crit chance on top of that. And then Warrior has the crit damage unbound AA. So if you take both, you are a crit machine. Hey, Pork Rind, good evening. Yeah, the innate crit rate is like 5 or 6%, something like that. And, yeah, then the Berserker Unbound AA adds another 6% crit chance. So it gets you to like 11 or 12. And then Combat Fury adds another 5 on top of that. And if you're a warrior, you know, if you can stay in low health, you can use Berserker Frenzy. You know, to do crippling blows and do even more damage. Oh, did we? Oh, we got the Heartsbane Drake solo based. Can I have a golden hilt, please? Oh, your spell was mostly... Wow, there's actually slow mitigation in here. Interesting. You tanked in a group much? I have. Threat... A consideration. Is there any class that has an easy job of it? I mean, all the... I would say Paladin and Shadow Knight probably have the advantage. in that regard, but Warrior does have a lot more tools than Vanilla to do it. Paladin in particular has Cease and Desist, which are just amazing and fast and cost almost no mana. Oh, yeah, we're not doing 3 of these. Nope, 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 nope. 3 Drakes is a no-go. 3 Drakes means we click up to the next island and hope they go away. One dipped. Okay. Yeah, area taunt. Yeah, heroic leap. Yeah, Warrior's got some good tools. Also, we'll say Paladin's Smite is mega aggro. Also, Berserker Stance, for whoever's using it, is mega aggro. Because you're just hitting so fast. Paladin, I should say. Also, other good source of other good source of aggro, Cleric Word of Healing. Cast that or Spellblade it. That is a lot of aggro. Or, if anybody's got like enchanter stuns or something, start inverting those and spam cast them. And so yeah, pretty much if somebody is having trouble holding aggro when they are trying to hold it, probably skill issue. Unless somebody who should not be holding aggro is being dumb and trying to fight for aggro, which then it's a skill issue on that person's part. Wait for 5 Sunders. Like I will say, in a group setting, if I want to hold aggro, it's pretty hard to hold aggro against me. If I want aggro, I'm probably going to take it. All right, last mob of the night. This Eye of Vishan right here. Place your bets. How many slows will it take to land? We're gonna get your bets in quick. We're re-hasting. Then it's go time. Jay says 5. Bane Strike AA, and how do you improve it? By doing the Slayer achievements. By killing lots and lots of everything in the world. Like 5,000 lizards, 5,000 insects, 10,000 undead, which I'm actually getting close to it. 5,000 cats and dogs. 5,000 other assorted animals. 5,000 seafood. 5,000 orcs and were-orcs. 5,000 goblins. 5,000 gnolls, etc. I gotta kill 100 barbarians still. And, so yeah, Bane Strike. This passive ability improves the base damage of your melee attacks and the power of your damaging and healing abilities by 2%. So you just get 2% more damage and healing for, like, the first time you get one of these achievements. And for a lot of these special tier kills, you get a lot of these also have titles built into them. So like kill 500 gorillas, Holgresh, or Yetis. You get the prefixes Ape Man / Ape Woman, and Mojo Maker, and suffixes the Ape and the Mojo Maker. 1,000 Orcs. Gets you Orc Slayer, Blood Moon, Cold Eye, Crushbone, Death Fist, Red Fist, Rujark, Rygor, Shrellock, Wrath, etc. Yeah, kill 1,000 planar creatures, which you currently can't do because they're not in game, and you get the title Plane Defiler. Kill 250 Pegasi, and you get the title The Nightmare, etc. Brownie Slayer and Pixie Killer and Fairy Slayer for 1,000 Fae. Break down the dead. Of course, the important one, however. Kill 100 deific avatars to get the title The God Slayer. That's the important one. Or Table Flipper. For killing 5,000 barrels, bones, boxes, chests, clocks, coffins, mimics, tables, totems, traps, vases, and webs. To get the title The Table Flipper. Very important. And, yeah, I'm not sure how much you have to do to get, like, tier 2 of the achievement. Dervishes, Afrides, Elementals, Imps. Oh, yeah, you get 10,000 of these. Which, I mean, go grind the Imp Island, I guess, and you'll get there in a few weeks. Legendary creatures. I mean, Satyrs, Sphinxes. Oh, yeah, 5,000 of these. There's probably better ways to do it. 5,000 Giants. 5,000. This includes Draco Liches, as well as Drakes, Drixies, and whatnot for Here Be Dragons. Like, this is, crystal creatures, Greckens, living plants, Shriekers, Spirales, Stone Grabbers, and Trents. That would be hard to get right now because there's not that many options for it. Yeah, Gargoyles. You could do that in Mistmore. 5,000 Kobolds. That's actually pretty easy. You just grind the Warrens for like a week, etc. I mean, you get the point. Anyway. See, bets of 5. Guff says 6. Rufkus says first try. Also, our fall, good evening. Welcome to the program. Yeah. Achievements for years of hardcore gameplay. Yeah, some of those are a little bit time consuming, a little more challenging than others. But here we go. All right. Tash going out. Slow number 1. Resist. Let's try number 2. Resist. Number 3. Resist. Number 4. Resist. It's going to be one of those days. Here's number 5. Oh, interrupted. Didn't count. Number 5. 5 is the correct answer. All right, J Media 1, you win a cookie. But you need to provide your own cookie. Yeah, I can't actually eat the cookie until July 1st. Alright, let's try to re-slow it. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Still resisting. 6. 7. 8. 8 tries to land the second one. I can't imagine they would be pushing anything back this close to beta. That would be a serious loss of goodwill right there. Ooh. Oh, we got the Shimmering Pearl for... Oh, is that the bow? Is that the bow item? I actually wanted that. Is that the bow? Yeehaw! We still need the Windrune Haida. Okay. That is the bow item, though. So that's cool. But yeah, we do not have a Windrune Haida to use it with. Unfortunately. But we got that and the Ifriti bow, so we've got the two hard parts of Windstriker, which is a really cool bow. It makes archery not suck. It makes archery actually interesting. I'm pretty sure we need a Windrune Haida still. So, okay, that was a... Yeah, like, you can actually do some pretty good, like, bow memes with Windstriker. And yeah, I'm pretty sure we do not have a Windrune Haida. Yeah, that is one of the ones we're missing. Okay. Missing AK and H. Yep. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have any Kazas. Wait, I think I might have had a Kaza and I used it. There is also an O, but we used it. There's an Oza, but yeah, we used the one we had. So yeah, they're all just global drops, by the way. They're just the drops are a little goofy right now until they get hotfixed probably over the weekend. So, but all right, we got a lot of stuff accomplished though, in this span. But yep, yep, Skybow plus archery mastery. Yeah, I saw somebody doing like 8,000 point slay undead hits with archery. It was crazy. Um, so okay, didn't get the specific item we were looking for, but we got a bunch of other good drops along the way. So, and yeah, honestly, getting the the cleric necklace drop off the bees was huge. So that was a big win. Yeah, that item needs absolutely to be nerfed. Uh, um, oh, actually, okay, that's interesting. They started displaying mitigation soft cap. All right, that was a new addition to the UI in the last fix. So actually shows your the far left number, and nice that mousing over it actually gives you a tooltip. Far left number is your actual current AC. Second number is your AC soft cap. Third number is your evasion AC. So, interesting. And then, yeah, attack shows both your traditional attack stat, which is chance to do more damage. This is the number that gets compared against mitigation AC. And your accuracy stat, which is compared against the enemy's evasion AC. So, does Dex affect accuracy? It's in theory. The returns might be very minimal, but theoretically, I think it should. Just like agility does affect evasion, but you need like 5 points of agility to get 1 point of evasion AC. So it's very slight. Yeah, unequip some decks and see if it goes down. I need something with just dex on it and not other stats. Okay, well, we can take off some strength, for example. And accuracy should not go down. Yeah, accuracy did not go down from decreasing strength. So if we take off this bracer, nope. At the very least, 11 dex is not enough to move the needle by 1 point. So this may actually just be a function of your skill cap. Do I have something with like more? And I think that's the highest dex value I have on any one item. Okay, so it's not even supposed to affect accuracy. But yeah, it has a, in theory, it has for classes that have innate crit chances with different things. It has some kind of meager effect on that outcome. So the reality is not much, but it does affect proc rates. We do know that is a thing, albeit in with like breakpoints every 50 or 100 points. What does void resistance do? Helps you resist void. uh, kind of like fishing rods in Path of Exile. That help you catch fish. And you gotta corrupt your fishing rod if you want to catch corrupted fish. You know. But all right, it is very late at night. I do have to actually get up and go to work in the morning. It's almost 1 a.m. So let's wrap it up here. We'll probably just do more of this tomorrow, unless I come up with some shenanigans to do in the between now and then. If some weird meme idea ends up living rent free in my head overnight, which stranger things have happened. So we'll see when we get there. It's for different 5 things. Yeah. Someday we'll find out what void resistance is needed for. Next time we have to go to the void. Hey, you know what? We might. Maybe it helps if we have to go to the abyss and fight the 4 kings. And we don't want to give up our ring slot for our Crest of Arturius or something. So. But anyway, I'm gonna call it a night here. So that is it for me for tonight. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. Whether you're here in chat or out in VOD land watching this, that's some point in the future. Also, big thanks and shout out to everybody who dropped subs tonight, especially J Media One with a couple dozen gifted subs again for the second time. So. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all that support and hanging out with me. And we'll see you again tomorrow, or technically later today. So my name's Tim. I'll see you then. Good night.